My name is Josephine Odhiambo from Kenya. I am part of the HIVO's Youth Advisory Panel representing Kenya. I am passionate about sexual reproductive health and rights. And I run a platform on TikTok and Instagram called Pleasure Politics, where we talk everything sexual pleasure for women and girls. So go on your TikTok and your Instagram and follow. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so my name is Abina Mchese. I am a sexual reproductive and health advocate. Like I earlier mentioned yesterday, I am also a LISA president. I also run my own radio podcast called Young People Matters because I am passionate about young people. I think that is all for now.
All right, thank you so much. So in 1 hour, we should be done with this panel so that we manage our time, so that we don't go overboard. So each of your presentations will touch on current HR realities in your respective countries, key barriers including policy, cultural ones, and the systematic ones. Then youth innovations and initiatives in your various respective countries and regions, and then key recommendations and calls to action, right? So I think since you're holding the mic, you can just start. Thank you.
Okay. So in terms of the realities in Kenya, just based on the different presentations that were made yesterday, it really reflects what's going on in our country. I think the biggest problem that we currently have is called the triple threat, that is gender-based violence, HIV, and teen pregnancy, right? In our country, I feel like we've normalized violence so much that even radio presenters are on national radio talking about violence in a very calm manner, like it's something very normal. We have pastors standing on a pulpit confessing how they raped a woman and using it as a sermon, yet nothing is happening to this person. So we've normalized gender-based violence to a very bad extent, and also because even if violence happens, I have a friend who went through violence. The process of having to go to the police station, we took her to the police station is saying we cannot do anything without a medical report. We go to the hospital is saying we cannot do anything without the police report. So we spent almost 3 hours trying to figure out where do we go first. Right? And I'm an advocate, so I knew I could stand up for her in that moment. So imagine a young person who has no idea what to do. So even when you're having conversations around gender-based violence, you'll have young people saying, if it happens to me, I'd rather not say anything because at the end of the day, nothing will be done. And they will mention to you the pastor that said they raped somebody and nothing was done. I know another person who experienced violence and they went to the police station, but then they were asked, oh, but you know, that is your partner. You know, that's a family issue. You should be able to sort it out domestically. Why are you airing your dirty laundry in public? You know, as women, you need to calm down. You should not talk.
that ensuring that there's no discrimination, there are no gaps when it comes to access. But however, it's still not enough. So last year, 2024, Malawi conducted Malawi Demographic Health Survey, which has actually outlined several things that are not going well as a country. So now we have actually increased teenage pregnancies. We were at 29% and now at 32% when it comes to teenage pregnancies, right? Also, we're having a lot of unsafe abortion complications. So, unsafe abortion complications, about 1 in 3 are coming from age-wide abuse in Malawi, right? So we can see the magnitude of that, like what is happening. We have actually revised the laws and everything is happening, but we're having teenage pregnancies getting spiked up. We're having unsafe abortions happening in our communities. At the same time, we're also having what is called there's a tendency, of course, the STIs, but these STIs are actually spiking in higher learning institutions, universities. That's where now a lot of sexual grades transmission are happening. A lot of young people committing suicide because of that. So currently, those are the three, I can say, syndrome that are happening in Malawi currently at the moment: unsafe abortion complications, teenage pregnancies, and increased STI cases. Why? Firstly, I think it's the issue of insufficient funding towards sexual reproductive health and rights programs that are addressing adolescents and young people's needs. I'll tell you this, almost 80% of funding is coming from the donors in my country. I don't know about other countries, but in my country, almost 80% is coming from the donors. The good thing that we can acknowledge now at the moment is that the previous government actually was acknowledging the need for adolescent SRHR, that they had a special budget for SRHR under the Ministry of Health. And actually last year, they introduced the youth-friendly health service budget line under Ministry of Health for the first time, which was a plus for us. But however, it was not enough. Our deputy director here has been advocating to donors, CSOs to say, yes, they have introduced this budget line to address youth-friendly health services, but it's still not enough. And now we're having the USAID, the PEPFARs, the international communities, the embassies pulling out as well, when we are 80% relying on them. So I think that, in a way, whether this year or next year or the next 5 years, we are cooking a bomb. It's just a time bomb. Anyway, anytime anything is going to happen, whether teenage pregnancies, post-abortive complications. So what I'm saying is insufficient funding is affecting a lot of programs. We don't have youth-friendly health service corners, not enough. We don't have activities that are trickling down to the last mile that young people are accessing services. We're having stockouts now and there, but it's not consistent, but now and there, which is sometimes the issue of maybe logistical chain, supply, and management, right? So issues to do with attitude of service providers. Our youth-friendly health service strategy acknowledged that attitude of service providers actually is one of the major contributing factors of why young people tend to shy away from accessing services. You go into the communities or you go into the health facilities and you meet this grumpy old woman that is there giving you attitude to say, why are you here to come and access a contraceptive pill? Why do you not prevent, right? Those are the conversations that young people are meeting when they walk into health facilities, even when they are conducting outreaches. So also there are social norms, the taboo, that the moment you see a young girl accessing a contraceptive, you say she's promiscuous. That's the picture that young people have in this, but we can't deny it. It's the moment, it's how the reality is at the moment. So those are some of the contributing factors that we have to increase child marriages, to increase teenage pregnancies, post-abortive care services. So what are we saying? In terms of youth innovations that I think it's working currently in Malawi, the peer-to-peer approach. So we have a well-designed structure in Malawi where we have the National Youth Council that talks directly to the national youth networks, then to the district youth networks, down to the youth clubs in villages, deep rural villages. So what the donor community did together with the government, they were recruiting trainers of trainers, where they were being capacitated in leadership, advocacy skills, CSE, what have you. So what these trainers of trainers did, they've been creating their own youth clubs or youth networks where they're approaching young people and they're building their capacity, exposing them to CSE curriculums. That's for out of school young people, right? So that's one of the best approaches that has been happening. The same peer-to-peer approach, young people in youth clubs have been conducting theater for development to spread awareness. So they've been doing dramas, going to community just to spread awareness through the theater for development. So that's also one of the best model that is currently working in Malawi. My colleagues here spoke about the digital innovations. Young people are developing applications to make sure that we are increasing access to information. In Malawi, again, the Malawi Demographic Health Survey last year's actually verified that we have increased access to SHR information among young people, just information part. Some of the contributing factors are the digital innovations. Our strategies are recognizing the need for developing more digital innovations and applications. I urge you all to search the YouthWise application, whether on your iOS or Android. It's called YouthWise, Youth, W-Y-Z-E. So the YouthWise application was designed to make sure that young people have access to information. Also, young people can actually give feedback on client satisfactory through the same application. We also have another young person that developed the Aspire Learn, but it's only working in Malawi, where they use the USSD. I don't know how many of us know about USSD. It's a small phone where you're able to access information using those kind of small phones. You don't need the smartphone. It's actually USSD, just to make sure that also young people in the rural areas are able to have access to such information. Now, the recommendations to duty bearers in here from the ministries, also from the donor communities. What we're asking from you is that in our ministries, we need to develop resource mobilization strategies in our Ministry of Health. Recently, we didn't know that Malawi has a domestic resource mobilization strategy under Ministry of Health. It was there. How did we know? Now that you said it's pulling out. We don't know what to do, right? So that's how we know, oh, it's there. How is it being implemented? We don't know to what full effect is being implemented. So what I would urge you is, if you don't have the resource mobilization strategy under Ministry of Health, please have that and make sure that you include priorities that are speaking to adolescents and youth needs when it comes to that. So that's the first recommendation. The last one is also, we need to integrate between SRHR and economic empowerment programs tailored for young people, young girls on the ground, also boys. So what I've seen is that you withdraw a young person from marriage, you want them back to school, that's it. That's your success. You've withdrawn a child from marriage. They are back in school, of course, readmission policy. But now what is happening? The poverty at home, why she was married in the first place, has not been eradicated. It's still there, right? So what is happening is the young person might go there. If they don't have enough support, they will go back to marriage again. So what we're saying is, if we integrate this SRH programming with economic empowerment, what I'm saying is, don't give them money necessarily. You can do that, but no. What I'm saying is build skills, financial skills, entrepreneurial skills, so that even after your programs are phased out, these young people still have the skills that they can apply and develop their communities, also support their homes. And in that way, maybe one way or the other, we might reduce the teenage pregnancies and also child marriages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the next speakers, please let's stick to 5 minutes so that we move to the next parts of our program. Thank you.
Do you actually think it's fair that I get to stick to 5 minutes? But anyway, I will try. So we have been here. I think we've been doing this for a long time. We've got a lot of interventions that we have seen, but we still get to this point where we are saying, why is nothing seems to be moving? Despite the millions of investment that has gone towards sexual reproductive health and rights, we still find ourselves with the same problems each and every day. But I want us to look inwards. To just do a self-introspection. Even if you're sitting there, how would you feel about your 13-year-old getting contraception? You know, it's easy when the challenge seems to be next door. But when you look at it, when it's in your home, it becomes a different story. And I really liked what Dr. Rosalind said yesterday, that African challenges really require African solutions that can cater to them. When we look at our societies, we realize that number one, we've got cultural norms that are real. What does that mean and how does that affect us? If you look at a health service provider, that is a mother, that is a grandmother, and they've got a perception to say, if this child is coming in this facility saying I want contraception, is it an issue of protecting the child or them accessing the services? We need to be realistic with ourselves and understand that protecting the best interests of children is a reality. How then do we give services to adolescents and young people, yet at the same time protecting them from sexual abuses and violations? Because if you look at our laws, if a child who is below 18 has sex, we're talking about issues of consent, right? They do need the service, but there are issues of violation that might have happened. So yesterday we were saying, if someone walks into a facility and then we say, what are we doing here? Asking questions is not the problem, but the problem is what questions are we asking? Are we asking from a point of wanting to help? It's okay if in facilities they become entry point. When a young person comes and they want a service, it's the type of questions that the health facility should be asking to determine whether there's a vulnerability which might need other interventions, for instance, social protection. So you see that in Africa, our challenges are pretty much the same. What everyone has said here are the challenges that we're facing also in Zimbabwe. But maybe to mention some of the challenges would be to say issues of finances. When we look at young people, they are not a homogeneous group. We've got young people in rural areas. We've got young people in urban centers. It means that even the challenges that these young people face are different. For instance, we look at issues of accessibility. We look at issues of availability. We look at issues of cost. If you look at sexual reproductive health services, you find that in most cases it's the ARVs that are provided for free. But if you need a contraception, you need a card, probably $5 or $6 for you to be able to actually access that service. And when you look at our statistics, how many of our young people are actually employed? You realize that for Zimbabwe, we have got one of the biggest unemployment rates, which means that our young people, they might not actually be able to get the service if it's actually in health facilities. And we've got, when we look at policy issues, if you remember recently in Zimbabwe, we harmonized to say age of consent to sex and age of marriage is actually the same thing. Where was that coming from? That was coming from a perspective of trying to protect children. But we need to understand as a country that access to sexual reproductive health services should not be age-based. It's supposed to be needs-based. Why do I say this? If I walk into a facility and I say I need contraception, it's because I need it. There's no way that I will go to a facility for a service that I don't need. But also, there are deep-rooted issues that cause divisions amongst our people. For instance, as Zimbabwe, 80% of people in Zimbabwe, they are Christians. That means their religious background. We're Christians, most of us. We also have those who are into ATR, but the majority of our people are Christians. That means they've got a perception towards how sexuality is supposed to be talked about. And it is no secret that we've got a lot of investment towards comprehensive sexuality education in our schools. We've been doing very well at that. But we need to understand that teaching someone does not actually sometimes result in a social behavior change, because you need an enabling environment that allows you to be able to access that service when you see it. So what do we need to do differently? What do we need to change? We need to build alliances with those same people who are religious leaders, traditional leaders. That means we actually need to invest in community system strengthening, making sure that the community entry points become safe spaces for children or adolescents or young people to be able to access that service. Because you might tell me there's a clinic there, but if I know that my mom, if she finds out that I went to the clinic, at the end of the day, I go back home, right? So we actually need to be able to make sure that our community gatekeepers, our traditional leaders, understand the perspective where we are coming from. It's very integral that we balance between protecting children and actually making sure that they access services at the end of the day. So in terms of recommendations, what do we need to do? I really like what you said in terms of, as a country, I think Africa in general, we've got a lot of donor dependence. And the pulling out of USG and PEPFAR has actually showed us that we need to start looking inwards. What does that mean? We need to start looking at private partnerships. We've got a lot of private sector. It's a sector that we really need to start tapping into, so that we can actually increase our domestic resource mobilization. Because like you're saying, it's a ticking time bomb. If we don't stand up for ourselves, aid is not going to come to us unless if we start to intentionally do something about it. And we also now need to start thinking to say, even from our, I know there are a lot of innovations in terms of making use of pharmacies as entry points for access to services. That means we now need to start thinking, how do we bring in the private sector on board to be able to support some of the innovations that we have? And when you look at Zimbabwe, we've been trying to make strides in terms of meeting the Abuja Declaration. We haven't been able to do that. And we also have our own challenges. For instance, we are a multi-dual economy. That means when we are budgeting for our health commodities and services, they are in ZiG, and then we need to buy those things in USD. So already when the money comes, it's also issues of delay. Sometimes it's just not about the money, but it's about efficiency. How are we allocating our resources? Are we being time sensitive? Is the money getting to where it's supposed to get when we actually need it? So it's also an issue of actually improving our systems in terms of how we manage the finances and the resources that we have. And when we look at how non-governmental organizations have been operating, we've got a lot of initiatives that have been done by a lot of organizations, but we need to start thinking sustainability. Are the initiatives that we're doing able to be integrated into government? As countries right now where we are, we cannot afford to have a system that is parallel, which means that our sexual reproductive health services have to be integrated into the public health system that we currently have as a country, because we have actually known and seen that depending on donors is not going to get us where we want to get. So I'm seeing someone is putting, okay, just to wrap up, we also need to strengthen our community systems. I think I've alluded to that. And just to applaud some of the innovations that have happened. I know telehealth has been a game changer, and Youth Advocates is one of the organizations that have been really pioneering, ensuring that people get to access services using digital platforms. And this has helped because when you look at Zimbabwe, 80% of people have got access to mobile phones, whether they are smartphones or not. So that has also been another innovation that has been happening in the country that has been ensuring that at the end of the day, we get to have access to services. One thing that I'll just leave with all of us is that it's time that we look inwards to the young people that are here. The solution is not with anyone else. The solution is with you. You are not part of the problem, you are part of the solution. So it means that we need to start thinking, how do we even help our governments? How do we help the organizations that we have to resource mobilize? Because the truth of the matter is that we need the money. And if we don't start looking inwards and what we can contribute, we are always going to be crying foul. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to compress my presentation within 5. I'll try. I will try. Like I earlier mentioned, my name is Sabina Mchese. I will border a lot on what was said yesterday. Natasha did a very good presentation with regards to how the access of SRHR in Zambia is, and also looked at how they are cross-cutting with other countries. I'll be a little bit more practical. I earlier mentioned that I run a radio show called Young People Matters. But before that, I was co-hosting on a radio show called Diary of a Teen Mom. And what we talked about, we had young mothers come in, and it was like a platform where young mothers can come and have those conversations. And there's only one story that stood out for me. And unfortunately, this girl who told the story didn't live to get her justice that she needed. She died earlier this year because she had a residue fetus in her tummy. So what happened was she was raped by the stepfather, and when she confided in the mother told her to suck it up because the stepfather was a breadwinner in the family, so they didn't want to go back to the shackles. So she contacted me on Facebook some few months after the rape case had happened, and then she wanted to be part of a conversation on Diary of a Teen Mom, which I I added her to the calendar. When we had that conversation with this young lady, it is really touching of her story of how she narrated it. And Diary of a Teen Mom did take up the case, and because she was a lot resistant because she was scared and she was young and she's a teen. So she was 18 years old. She died at the age of 19 this year. So what happened was the issue that Mike was talking about yesterday, where when we will go to court, there's no judge. The judge is on leave. The judge is what, and then which Honorable mentioned yesterday that you can request for another judge, but then unfortunately, I don't know if we can still continue with the issue already. When we look at this young girl's story, it is not just a personal tragedy. It is the consequence of systematic neglect. It is a consequence of policy gaps, and also it's a consequence of cultural gaps. So when you're looking at the cultural barriers that we have, especially with regards to the story that I've just laid out, is we are taught to protect perpetrators instead of protecting the victims, which is not a good thing, especially with our countries, right? And then when we are looking at policy barriers, we have limited access to safe, youth-friendly SRHR services. And when you are looking at the policy, remember yesterday they mentioned issues to do with the comprehensive sexuality education. In Zambia, we have something that is known as ELSH, and like Mike said yesterday, it has got nothing to talk about SRHR the way we picture it to be. And then when we are looking at some of the initiatives, my colleagues that earlier mentioned of the digital SRHR campaigns, right? And I believe Restless Development Zambia has been doing a lot of work. Zuka Cholinga Youth Zambia also has been doing a lot of work with their thematic areas. When I am looking at I'm in a rush because they're counting for me. When we're looking at the recommendations, we look at strengthens comprehensive sexuality education. Like Natasha yesterday mentioned, it is still being politicized, right? It is still being politicized. And then we have the other recommendation that I would also allude is strengthen youth-friendly spaces using existing community structures. Grassroots soccer Zambia has been doing a lot. We hold, most of the times we have soccer with young people, and then we try by all means to educate and build capacity, especially with regards to sexual SRHR rights, and also the young people actually have a built capacity with regards to SRHR. And another recommendation, review existing health policies and develop specific deliberate SRHR frameworks. We do not have an SRHR policy that speaks specifically to SRHR. We have, yes, we have like the adolescent health strategy, but it is not an individual, it's not an independent policy that speaks directly to SRHR services. I think that is about by 5 minutes. I'll end here.
All right. Thank you so much, panel. So we are now going to engage with the audience. We want to identify common regional challenges that we're facing in the region, and then areas of collaboration opportunities, and then the support that we might need from stakeholders in and around the room. So if there are people with any contributions from the audience, please kindly raise your hand. Yes, Mem and Green 1. Then Mem over there 2. Then we got to say 3.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Renim Lala. I think yesterday I didn't have the opportunity, but I wanted to talk about, in terms of challenges that we're facing, intergenerational and transactional sex in Zambia, especially for AGYWs. And okay, so the reason why this is a problem is because this is also exacerbating the already existing high HIV infection rate and also GBV among AGYWs. Because these girls have limited bargaining power for sex. It's difficult for them to access SRH services because there are power dynamics that are existing. And honestly, nothing is being done about this. It's not even talked about. I think yesterday, one of the panelists talked about transactional sex with motorbike drivers, but it didn't really come out as a point on its own. A lot of girls in our communities, a lot of young girls are very desperate because of the socio-economic status, and older men are taking advantage of these girls. We saw the BBC documentary. I don't know how many in here saw that documentary. A lot of girls are going to Dubai. A lot of girls in universities are selling sex. And there are older people that are pushing this agenda. This also is similar because when we go to the rural setup, a lot of girls are now going into early marriages. And in these early marriages, these girls cannot access services without consulting or asking the person with power. They cannot have access to contraceptives. They cannot do anything without the permission of the person who's got power. If I am dating or in a relationship in a marriage with somebody who is my peer, it's easy for us to communicate. It's easy for me to air out my concerns about my reproductive health. But with somebody that is older than me, that is providing for me, I do not have the say. Girls in universities, girls in the communities from these low socioeconomic backgrounds. These are the young girls that are adding to those statistics. That's why the HIV rates among AGYWs is higher than adolescent boys and young men. Why are we not talking about this? Why are we not holding these older men accountable? That is my question. I submit.
Thank you. Where next?
To ma'am here in orange.
Orange.
Please, our time is very
This is orange?
strict. Yes.
Okay.
Please try to compress.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hope Ezra Mkwinda from Zambia. I really love the conversations by young people, and I'd just love to make a few comments and recommendation as well. I think we are forgetting the aspect of intergenerational mentorship. Somehow, our main target as far as SRH is concerned should be the older generations, the grandmothers in the homes, the mothers in the homes. We need to come up with structures and systems that capacitate the caregivers of these young children to be able to have freely conversations as well as best practices as far as sexual health is concerned. Because as much as we are going to talk to the younger ones, they will still go back home and face the same cultural barriers that are in their homes. So for us to be able to break that barrier, we need to tackle this from the actual caregivers, the actual guardians and the people that are in charge of these young people. So we should not take away the aspect of intergenerational mentorship. We need to take an approach of, how grandmothers would sit in the olden days and, tell stories, but let's capacitate them to a point where they are able to talk about SRR, HRR in the right practices and the research-based kind of practices. The second one is leveraging on existing structures that Sabina had talked about. We are not supposed to reinvent the wheel, but let's work on what is already existing. These structures are working. What we just need to do is leverage on those. The community-based approaches. Let's talk to the traditional leaders in the grassroots. Let's not forget the people in the grassroots because that's a very important spaceman there. So let's talk to traditional leaders, traditional counselors. I don't know if in other cultures they have those traditional counselors that prepare young people for marriage. Let's capacitate those and mentor them with the right information. Lastly, let's focus on community-based solutions. The people in the grassroots, they have the solution for their own problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stick to 2 minutes. 2 minutes only. Say in blue. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. 2 minutes indeed. Really appreciate the discussions, your perceptions, and of course views, particularly coming from young advocates. Just thinking now that we have this platform as a regional platform, what is it that we can be able to do to ensure that we have more effective collaboration, particularly among youth advocates, to accelerate the changes that we want, the breaking of the barriers that we have at at the regional level. We saw from yesterday's presentations and all, of course, your discussions, quite a lot of similarities in terms of the context, in terms of the circumstances, in terms of the system issues that are there to be addressed, and what is it that we can prioritize so that we're able to, move forward boldly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm taking the last two, Honorable Judge and you, ma'am. I'm supposed to take you 1 minute, eh?
I like it. Very, very succinct. 1 minute. Just two issues. I think one of the biggest things that we are also not doing, and this is, I think, generally as a health issue, and I'm saying it because I do a lot of mentoring with young people, is the aspect of mental health and mental health mentoring. The youth of today are so bombarded with so many sexuality issues, to the extent that sometimes you look at it and you're like, how, with the digital age, all these things that are coming through. Yes, in the old times we didn't have it. If you were caught watching something where people were kissing was an issue when you were younger. But nowadays it's so out there. It's not about the kissing, but it's the sexuality aspect. I think when we're doing programming for SRHR, it needs to go with the mental health issues, because there's a lot of depression, a lot of issues that are going with body image issues that are also going there. So the mental health issues, but it must be coupled with mentoring. And I say this because a colleague of mine who's in the tech space runs every year in Malawi what we call the Women in Cyber. The first year we had a Women in Cyber, 3/4 of the women who come there are girls. So she usually targets secondary schools, tertiary schools. We noticed a pattern on the first day, the first week. We actually took it upon ourselves and said, look, for every session that we do, we'll do a mentoring, a grooming, and a body image issue. To that extent, every program where you have the youth and there's a lot of girls, I think there is a need to have a separate ideology of teaching the basic, what I call life skills. Because I think life skills are different from the life skills that are taught at school. But the life skills that took, how do you know what is predatory behavior? How do you look for these things when you go into spaces, when you go into schools? Those things are not necessarily ingrained, they're taught. So those life skills need to be there.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for the wonderful panel. And I don't want to sound out of the conversation, but I just want to urge us all as the young people. We are doing so much work and we are doing brilliant work in our different countries. But even before we leave Zimbabwe or we leave this convening, let us try as much as possible to make a strategy on how we can collaborate on the work that we are doing and amplify it beyond the small community or group that we have been working with. Whilst I'm in the moment of bringing unity and doing collaboration, someone mentioned something to do with intergenerational mentorship. I'm someone who is very big on mentorship. I'm very big because I have seen it work. I am who I am because of the mentorship that I have had from elder, senior, adolescent women and men. And for the purposes of sharing how that strategy can actually work, from the organization that I'm working with, Rosario Memorial Trust, we actually have a modern intergenerational safe space that we have actually curated in different spaces. And we have actually done some research and theoretical documents and so forth that we are also able to share and see how we can also collaborate to see how that work can be actually replicated and scaled up in different parts of the world. Yesterday, someone mentioned that we need to consider SRHR as not just, but as part of the health issue. So you mentioned having SRHR strategies and so forth. I really appreciate that we have, even in Zimbabwe, we have the gender policy. I don't know if we have the SRHR policy and so forth and strategies, but sometimes these are documents that are underfunded. So at least let us try as much as possible to at least push for SRHR issues to be actually considered as something that are relevant, especially in terms of access for young people.
Thank
Then
you.
one thing,
Thank you.
can we also push for SRHR issues to be pushed into disaster preparedness issues, as that is very important right now.
Thank you so much. Now we move on to the last gentleman. I say, please stick to 1 minute. I beg you now.
I'll be very, very fast. I will stand so that I'm fast. So mine is I just want to speak about the young boys that are out there. You know, when we are talking about SRHR, most of us right now, we are thinking about the young girls, women. If I ask right now in this room, that's what we are thinking. We're thinking about initiatives on how we're going to help the women, the young girls. But what about the boys? We have seen boys here. We've seen men. What about the boys out there? So now mine is just a call. Let's have initiatives that also help the boys. Because at the end of it, they will be just talking. Girls. And then the boys, ask the boys, we go and have sex with the girls and forget they are pregnant. And it ends there. I don't want you to abort my child. Then when the child is there, I don't want the child. So let's change the conversation. Let's also now involve the boys. Let's talk to the boys. Let's have initiatives. Let's see Restless Development, HEVOS coming up with initiatives on helping the boy child out there. I think I'm very fast and I end here.
Thank you so much. Hey. So I'm going to summarize on some of the key takeaways that we got from this panel discussion. And we could see that pretty much the problems that we face across Africa and the region are pretty much the same. We have GBV, systematic inconsistencies, information barriers, cultural norms, teenage pregnancies, child marriages, normalization of teenage pregnancies and child marriages, unsafe abortions, a high rise of STIs, suicide, insufficient funding for SRHR services, insufficient youth-friendly corners, attitude of service providers, politicization of SRHR issues, selective implementation of policies, stigma and discrimination and health worker attitude, generational gaps and the digital divide, the issue of availability and accessibility of SRHR services, intergenerational transactional sex, and some of the key initiatives that the young people have been implementing, the issue of the hotline, strategic litigation, peer-to-peer approach, youth clubs and youth networks, theater for development, digital innovations, for example, the YouthWise application, online clinics, then community bylaws, lobbying, and also strategic partnerships between the young people. And then some of the call to actions are young people are asking to be co-designers of initiatives. And I quote Luisa Franco Machado, a UN youth leader, who says, institutions like to share the mic with young people, but they're not really ready to share the mandate with the young people. Then funding and resources, CSE strengthening youth-friendly spaces, amongst the others that we had in the room today. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank my honorable panel for your contributions to this conversation as we move on to the next part of our dialogue today. Thank you. You can go take your seats.
Maybe emphasize as we go into different spaces and different platforms. When we are given such platforms, it's also critical for us to make the right asks to the decision makers and to the legislators or to the different stakeholders that we work with. It's not just about just being given platforms, but we also need to ensure that when we are on those platforms, we make the right noise so that we see the changes that we want to see. So thank you so much, young people, for that discussion. I think as we proceed throughout the day, if we've got questions or any more engagements that we want to do, I think we also, the panel, we can continuously engage as we proceed through the day. So moving on to the next session, I'm going to call Brian to take over the next session. But can you allow me to ask if the room permits? We are about to go to tea break, which is at 10. Is it possible for us to have a working tea so that we cover the ground for activities for today, so that we can also dismiss earlier? I'm not sure whether we agree. If you agree, clap once. If you don't, twice. Thank you. So Brian, as you come to the stage, can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you. I believe you can do better than that. You can clap better for me. This side, clap for me, please. Thank you. So my name is Mwaza Brian. I'm from Zambia. I represent Zambia on the regional SRHR fund. I'm a youth advisory panelist. And so without wasting a lot of time, I just want us to have a quick recap of what happened yesterday. What were your key takeaways? What did you learn? What stood out for you? And I'm only going to take 5 hands, and I'm giving each person a minute. And so how we're going to do this will be a little bit different. We're not going to hand the mic to you, but rather we're going to hold the mic for you so that you do not go over a minute. All right? So let me see the hands of those who would like to okay, so I see 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to ask twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so sorry, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so you can hold the mic for her, please.
Okay, good morning to you all. Thank you very much. Noting that most SADC countries are donor dependent and realizing that Trump has withdrawn the bulk of these donor funds, what is your country doing to be able to fund projects, especially SRHR projects, which were dependent on these funds? This is what I'm asking, because it's like all of us have been affected, but we still have to move on. This is what caught me. As we discuss, I think we need to talk about about domestic mobilization of funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. So as the conversation goes on, I believe some of these questions and contributions will be tackled throughout the conversation.
I think for me, yesterday was the aspect of looking at SRHR as a public health issue, but I also want to add, for budgeting purposes, probably we need to look at sexual reproductive health and rights from an economic point of view. Phrase it as an economic issue. That way it would help with the budgeting process. I think that's what stood out for me yesterday.
Thank you very much. Yes, over here.
Very much. I think for me was the dilemma of how to connect the community and the national and the regional, particularly in terms of sensitization of what happens at the national level and the regional level policy-wise, and even in terms of the instruments that we recognize as different countries, but also making sure that the young people at the community level, the stakeholders at the community level are able to understand what is happening so that we move together as one.
Thank you very much. The other hand was where? Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I'll just highlight 2 questions that remained, and then you can pick up from there. There was a question by Prof here who asked about there are very many existing global processes that address issues of SRHR. What are we doing to gather or utilize those spaces to gather the support we need for the advocacy work that we are doing? Then Dr. Magalza here also talked about the issue of childhood families. We have addressed all the other aspects of young people and children, but we are not very elaborate on the issues of childhood families. Then lastly, there was an observation that we have years and years of regional issues that are similar. How then are we integrating these in the regional processes that are actually also trying to address the same? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe as we're having the sessions that we'll be having later on, some of these questions, the people on the panel, please take note of these questions and the concerns that are being raised so that we can respond to them. Yes, the gentleman in blue.
Okay, thank you. Mine is a very quick one. It's on the consistency on the challenges that we've been facing every year. So for me, I suggest maybe we need to repackage the way we are delivering our agendas around SRHR to avoid the same challenges to be, coming each and every year. So I suggest maybe we try to engage with our opinion leaders that are headmen, chiefs, civic leaders, so that we can try to break it in a simpler way so that maybe a solution can be found, because each and every year we'll be meeting here, trust me, to discuss the same things. So I feel we need to repackage the way we are delivering these messages.
Thank you very much. Clap hands for yourselves. Have you seen that this method is actually working? So I think going forward, I think we'll be using this method. We'll be having someone to hold the microphone for you. I think we will do things faster that way. So because the moderator is very lenient, I will take one last hand. Dr. Rosaline.
Thank you. I was waiting to hear from those who are giving the takeaway messages. And for me, I'm like, whereas countries are working towards advancing the agenda of age of consent for SRH for adolescents, we need to scrutinize the existing laws and policies that will then inform the processes that we go through and be able to avoid any controversies that may come through for us to actually succeed. And of course, bringing on board our dear colleagues, the judges, the councils, it will be very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's exactly what I wanted to say. One thing that stood out for me that we really, really need to put into serious consideration is the fact that most of the policies, like I believe most countries have done a lot when it comes to working on the policies, but then the laws are still restrictive. So I believe one of the speakers mentioned yesterday that the policies are progressive, but the law is restrictive. And that is something that we need to look into as we move on. So having said that, I am going to allow you to just quickly go and get your tea and then come back so that we can continue with today's session. Is that okay? How many minutes should you be given to just get your tea and come back? 5 minutes? All right, so you have 5 minutes to quickly just go and grab your tea and then come back and we'll be having a working tea. Is that okay? Is that okay? All right, thank you. Oh, people don't want to go and have their tea. We continue, yeah?
So I think we're now in three people on the panel with one moderator. Yourself, I think you're the moderator.
Yes.
Closer so that they can pass the mic to each other easily. This side, right? Now I think we're good to go. Not a lot.
gentleman is still.
Yes, but I can play the music if you
Yeah. So I mentioned Zimbabwe should be first, Kenya second, Zambia last.
Okay.
Yeah, one country, they come on stage.
Then you announce them.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. People are still eating, huh? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Are we all here? We're not all here. Okay. So what do we do now? Should we go by the motto, leaving no one behind? Or we progress, they'll catch up? All right, so just a quick announcement. Just a quick announcement to all. Hello, I want to pass an announcement. Just an announcement to all those international visitors. And you know that you never really collected your shuttle reimbursement yesterday. Kindly see talent outside. If you know you did not receive your reimbursement, kindly see talent outside. All right, so just to confirm, is Nyasha in? Nyasha, are you in? You'll be taking.
I'm just making so it's just my loss.
And then the article is
ACT's organization.
Okay, so just to confirm, is Kudzai in? You think so? Okay, I think so as well. Laureen, Ndombi Laureen, are you in? Okay, so we're going to get started. Those outside will find us. So we're going to get started. And I know you're eating, you're enjoying tea, but I still want you to give us your attention because we've gathered in such a manner so that we can find solutions and just deliberate on issues that will make our agenda a success. Yeah? And so how we're going to introduce our guests, or rather our panelists, will be different this time. Okay? This is a convening for young people. It is about young people, and therefore want to create this youthful atmosphere. All right? We want to create this youthful atmosphere so that as we move forward, we all feel safe in this space because it is a safe space. And so we are going to go into a session titled Accelerating Progress on Age of Consent Reform, a deep dive into civil society organization strategies across the East and Southern Africa region. And so we have 3 countries that are being represented. 3 countries that are going to really explain to us the conversation that we are about to start. We have a representative from Kenya, we have a representative from Zambia, and we have a representative from Zimbabwe. And so as these speakers come, we're going to do it a little bit different. I know some of us are still eating, some of us are done, but I would want you to support these speakers as they come. Is that okay? Yes, I want you to support these speakers as they come. And the way we're going to do it different from how we did it yesterday. So each speaker is going to come on the podium while dancing to a song. And so how I want us to go about it is when it is a speaker representing your particular country, you have to dance with them as they come on stage. All right? You have to dance with them as they come on stage. That's how we're going to do it. And I don't know if we're ready that side. We're good? Okay. So do we have Team Zimbabwe in the house? Yes. Team Zimbabwe, can I see your hands? I want us to create a youthful atmosphere. All right, so here's what we're going to do, all right? Here's what we're going to do. For just a few seconds, kindly put your foot down, and I want you to create atmosphere, a youthful atmosphere, all right? I want you to make a youthful noise. So when I count 1 up to 3, I'll say 1, 2, 3, make a youthful noise. Then I want you to make a youthful noise, okay? Any noise of your choice, but it should be youthful. Is that okay? So 1, 2, 3, make a youthful noise. I don't know what kind of youths make that noise, but one thing I know, that wasn't youthful at all. All right, so we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. When I count 1 up to 3, I say make a youthful noise. I want you to make a youthful noise, okay? So 1, 2, 3, make a youthful noise. We can do better than that. I mean, come on, we can do better than that. All right, let's do it one last time. One last time. I want you to be youthful. Let us create this atmosphere. All right, so 1, 2, 3, make a youthful noise. Much better. 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10. Much better. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. So now there's one serious thing that I want to mention as we start. All right. Something really serious that I want to mention. From my experience attending such conferences, workshops, convening, there's one thing that I've come to learn, something that I've come to understand. And that thing is that moderators are given so much power. All right. A moderator has power to make a member of parliament dance. You know, a moderator has power to make a regional director, shake their bodies, and each and every time I attend such conferences, I go like, wow. And so when Kudzai said, Brian, this time it's your turn. I said, finally my turn has come. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly stand up for just a few seconds. Opportunities like this don't come, all the time. There are rare opportunities. So permit me to exercise this rare opportunity I have. Okay, so I just want you to turn to the person next to you and just shake your body in front of them. Just shake your body, shake your body, shake your body, shake your body, shake your body. The other person, turn to the other person. Turn to just shake your body. Come on, just shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. All right, thank you very much. You can sit down. You can sit down. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Whew, that felt good. Kudzai. Next time again. That felt good. I know some people are like, this small boy. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. I'm the moderator, make it happen. So thank you very much for that. Without wasting a lot of time, allow me to call upon the speakers who are going to represent different countries to look at the conversation that we'll be having today. So now I would like to mention that we all know that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, yeah? And so the journey to accelerating progress on age of consent reform has taken a lot of steps. A lot of strategies have been put in place by different civil society organizations. Great minds from the East and Southern African region have come together to just create strategies that may lead to the enactment of this agenda that we are trying to push. And so we've had quite a number of conversations. We've listened from the youth perspective. We've listened from the government representatives. We've had policymakers come through. But this time we want to hear from the civil society organizations themselves. What have they done so far? What progress has been made? Are we getting there? Or there's still need to make a few more steps? Is it too early to start celebrating or not? And that is what we'll be looking at today. So the conversation really is centered on accelerating progress on age of consent reform. It is a deep drive into the civil society organization strategy across the East and Southern Africa region, right? So at this point in time, I'm going to ask everyone from Zimbabwe to please be upstanding. Everyone from Zimbabwe to please be upstanding. Zimbabwe. Are you in the house, Zimbabwe? Zim Zim. Is it giving? Is it giving? It's giving Zimbabwe. All right, so DJ, are we ready? So, Team Zimbabwe. I know some may be asking to say, but why should we have to dance? And this is something that I want you to understand. It's really simple. I'm the moderator, I can make it happen. So that's the entire reason. All right, so please help me welcome Diana Mailosi, who is representing Nyasha, to come up to the stage as she is vibing to the song the DJ is about to play for us. Zim Zim, dance with her, dance with her. Come on, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. Come All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause. All right, so now I'm going to ask everyone from Kenya. Do we have Kenya in the house? Josephine, I can see you. I want Kenya to stand, please. How many are from Kenya? Okay, wow. That's Kenya. So please help me welcome from Reproductive Health Network Kenya, who is among the speakers. Please put your hands together for Ndombi Lauren. DJ, please take your time. Take it. You don't have to rush. That's Kenya. That's Kenya for you. That's Kenya. You're not dancing. You're just walking. Come on. Come on. That's better. That's better. That's right. That's right. That's Kenya, well represented, well represented. Put your hands together for Kenya. Thank you. Yeah. Where's the Honorable Member of Parliament? Yeah. All right, so now last but not the least, all right? Can I see all the Zambians? All the Zambians? If you know you're from Zambia, kindly stand up. If you know you're from Zambia, if you know you are from, Malawi and Zambia, it's basically the same country. If you're from Malawi, stand up as well. Malawi and Zambia, it's basically the same country. Yes, Zambia Kuchalo. All right, so everyone, please help me welcome from the Zambia Age of Consent Task Force, representing Zambia. Please put your hands together for Kudzai Meda. I told you, man. It's King Pandemics. Come on, Zambians. Come on, Zambians. Come on, Zambians.
baby chapala batini sangano moyo. Ene magician batini sango you. Ano mbona bandishi dala palu. Palu.
I'm also Zambian, so.
Mr. and Mrs. If I got you on, baby.
Come on, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. Come on.
Mr. and Mrs. If I got you on, baby, welcome. Baby, welcome. Baby, chapala batini sangano mo.
Thank you. Put your hands together for Zambia. Thank you. She was vibing to the song. You know, Zambians know how to make good songs, yeah? Sorry? Kudzai belongs to who? From Zimbabwe. As far as I'm concerned, she's from Zambia. You know, and the best part is this. I'm the moderator. So I get to choose where she's from. All right? So she's from Zambia. Okay? So thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. So without wasting a lot of time, I believe by now everybody or almost everybody is done with their tea. Yeah? And so I am going to ask you to pay particular attention because after this session, we're only going to take a few hands to ask questions as well as to make contributions. And so like I earlier stated, this entire conversation is centered on accelerating progress on the age of consent reforms. So we want to understand from their particular countries, what kind of strategies have been put in place to ensure that this agenda is realized, but also what progress has been made. Are we getting there? Is there still more that needs to be done? Or it is time for us to start celebrating and rejoicing with the notion that we have successfully reached the target that we intended to. And that is basically what we want to find out from this entire conversation. So they are bringing their expertise based on their experiences and what has been implemented in their various countries. And then they just want to share with us what has been done so far and what more needs to be done. So I'm going to give them just a few seconds to quickly just introduce themselves, the countries they're from, as well as the organizations they are representing.
Good morning. My name is Lorraine Sakini. I work with Reproductive Health Network Kenya, an organization in Kenya, and I am passionate about adolescent and young people. I am the Adolescent and Youth Coordinator. I'm really happy to be in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. All right.
Hello, everyone. Diana is the name. Those that my friends usually call me D. My wife calls me Milos. My daughter calls me Babu. So you take a pick which one you want to call me. I work with an organization called the Advocacy Core Team, where we literally from January to December track every health-specific law in the country and follow in the processes of making, amending, and adjusting those laws to make them more pro-access. We also work around health financing. So anything that has to do with money for health, you would most likely find us there as part of that. And I'm also glad to be part of this conversation. I'm here representing the Zimbabwean Access Task Force, which is then doing the work around age restrictions in the country.
A round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kudzai Meda. Which country I'm representing is a bit questionable, but for now, I'll represent Zambia.
Thank you.
I'm from HIVOS and I'm the Policy Advocacy and Campaigns lead. So in my capacity right now, I'm also representing different task forces that are pushing the age of consent conversation in Zambia. Good to be here.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Right. And so to start with Diana, looking at the conversation that we are having today, we would like to find out from your experience working with the organization that you are representing, what has been done so far? What are some of the strategies you've put in place? And how far have you gone to ensure that the agenda of making sure that there are reforms when it comes to the age of consent is realized?
So I think in the Zimbabwean context, this work started around 2018. So there's been a lot that has happened, and some of which has almost like been repeated, because I don't know if this is the same, but I assume it is for most African countries. Every 5 years, we have general elections, and then that means half of your MPs go, or if you are lucky, then maybe only a quarter of them go. So it almost means that every 5 years, our campaign has to almost restart. We do get lucky sometimes that members of parliament stay in office. So it means when you are doing, when you're starting the work over, you don't have to necessarily always start from scratch. But nonetheless, in the Zimbabwean context, we have a Public Health Act, Section 35, which talks about the need for legal capacity to consent when accessing health services. So as you can imagine, this particular act then also affects which services you can access. When a young person gets a headache, a teacher is more than happy to say, oh, okay, I will go and act on their behalf and go and get something for the headache. If they break their leg playing sports, for example, every adult is only too happy to take them to go and get health services until it's a sexual service. It's anything related to the sexual elements, sexual or reproductive. Then all of a sudden, everyone starts talking about, but where is the parent? Where are they? And so what we have then tried to do over the last couple of years, we started by actually petitioning Parliament to then say Section 35 of the Public Health Act is actually in contravention of our Constitution, which guarantees the right to health, including reproductive health services. So when we put in the petition, Parliament then brought us in to present oral presentation for why we thought it was in breach of the Constitution, and they agreed with us. They opened, I guess what we would ordinarily call an investigation, but in our case, they would just simply call it public consultations to just try and find out if communities do agree. And of course, they went into communities. We mobilized a lot of young people to come in and participate in those consultations, which they came in their numbers. They actually were speaking to the realities of not being able to access a number of SRH services, including quite pertinent services that in some cases are not even related to sexual services. So a good example would be where someone is talking about, hey, I had a yeast infection after my period, but it took so long for me to get the assistance that I need because everyone just automatically assumed that it was sexual. So we obviously then got quite a lot of people to come in and support. We had the Zimbabwe Doctors for Human Rights that were supporting us. We had the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights that were supporting us. Like we had media, we had religious leaders, we had quite a number of people that were in support of the campaign. And recommendations were then made to the Ministry of Health to make adjustments. Unfortunately, at the time, the minister who was there then turned around and said, I agree that there are gaps, but they don't sit within the mandate of the Ministry of Health. It sits with the Ministry of Justice, and almost then said it's not their issue to do that. Unfortunately, we had a general election. Our minister changed, our MPs changed, and then we had to start over the process again. Luckily, the Ministry of Health had other interests that they wanted to introduce. So they introduced what we call the Medical Services Amendment Bill, which also then carried language around consent, which we then started to then use to say, if we manage to get an amendment in the Medical Services Amendment Bill, then it would also spill over into all the other bills. So we also then pushed Parliament, had conversations with Parliament, raised quite a number of champions within Parliament to actually run with this issue, had a lot of young people that were demanding that we also have that adjustment and remove age restrictions. And one of the main things that we tried to do as we were doing this work was actually removing the word age of consent. And I know, of course, we keep using it in this space, but I think it's something that even as we are also putting together our strategy going forward, because the moment we say age of consent, people start thinking about the age of majority. People start thinking about the age of consenting to sex. People start thinking about the age of consenting to marriage. So running away from using the word age of consent was also pivotal for us, because we started saying age restrictions. So we were presenting it as a barrier issue right? Age being a barrier to access to health, age being a barrier to access. And it also then meant we also needed to say to people, we are not talking about the age of consenting to sex. We are not talking about the age of consenting to marriage. We are not talking about the age of majority. We are only speaking to this particular element. And it also then had a very positive influence because then people were able to separate those conversations, which also then brings us to the conversation around harmonization. I'm one of those people that do not agree with the idea of harmonizing laws that speak to young people, because each particular age of consent has its set of things that it's trying to address. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, for example, yes, we do not want, for example, intergenerational sex to occur. And we want there to be an age limit, say, for example, of 18. But we also know that peers sometimes also can sometimes have sex among each other. So how do we introduce what we have called the Solo and Mutsai clause in the Zimbabwean context, which in other contexts is known as the Romeo and Juliet clause, which then specifically say, if a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old have sex with each other, it should not be criminalized. Those are the things that we can then do to make sure that some of those gaps that are created by laws that are supposed to be protecting children then also don't spill over and take away some of the protection that we have also put, because we still don't want that there be much older boys, much older girls that are having sex with younger, much younger girls and much younger boys as part of that. One of the other strategies that we also were using was participation in non-SRH spaces. So spaces that would ordinarily not be considered SRH spaces. So we are talking about health financing spaces. When there's a national budget, go in there and talk about we need more resources for SRHR. When there is a conference on mining and agriculture, go in there and talk about how mining and agriculture also have an effect on SRHR. So what it means is we started getting quite a lot of support from non-traditional actors, sometimes those who would have quite a lot of influence in terms of the conversation and how it was progressing forward. And the use of junior parliament is also a very big one, because junior parliament tends to also be coming from schools, right? In the Zimbabwean context, at least, junior parliament comes from schools. So when junior parliament are giving their position on SRHR issues, they tend to be respected a bit more because they are considered people who are experienced the challenges that they are speaking to, rather than maybe a 40-year-old me coming in and talking about some of those issues that might be in the issue. One of the other things that we also tried to address is when we talk about SRHR, particularly in the youth space, we have a lot of issues, a lot of rights language that we use, language around choice, language around freedom, language around my body, my rights, and so on and so forth. And while these are the fundamental rights that guide the work that we do, we have also have had to also understand the audiences and at what points to speak to those issues. So for example, if I'm in a room full of religious leaders and traditional leaders, I can't be speaking about my body, my rights, because then we start to create resistance in the room. But maybe then saying, what are those things that those groups would ordinarily put forward? So for example, if you're with religious leaders and traditional leaders, morality is a big issue. And us framing the issue of morality of why are we comfortable seeing a 14-year-old girl who's pregnant and poor in a society, instead of making sure that they can avoid this and graduate, and being able to frame it in that context, I think definitely also helped us with some of the strategy work that we were doing.
Sorry, Diana, just one more question.
Yes.
So looking at the strategies that you have implemented, on a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate the success of these strategies? Under a minute as we are concluding.
I think a lot of them were very successful, because in the beginning, and I think maybe it's part of the advantage of why then the current strategies have been working. We've had to also learn some of those issues on the job, because in the beginning, we would get into a room, hey, but young people are having sex anyway, you know, and because for us, we're saying it's fact, but then realizing that throwing such facts was not necessarily giving us space, but being able to say, look, I don't want my child to have sex. You don't want your child to have sex. But what do we do when they've already had sex? Shall we then condemn them for life and then appealing to that side of people? So I think a lot of the strategies that we then started using started to work because we were then also looking at the audiences. And I think also just from an advocacy strategy point of view, you always need to remain cognizant of the audience that you're working with.
Thank you very much. That was indeed very insightful and very well elaborated. So I would request that you pass over the mic to Kudzai so that we can also get to learn from her experience.
Thank you so much, Brian. Diana, thank you so much for that insightful contribution. So just to add on to what Diana said, I think in the Zambia context, we have noticed that CSOs have become well organized now when it comes to addressing issues around SRH. So I'll start by looking at for example, the CSE task force. So I think there was a lot of backlash around CSE, and this then brought about the issues of what can you do as CSOs? So we quickly generated a task force that mainly looked at issues around CSE and then how we can rephrase the language to ensure that it's acceptable to the community. So that's when we also supported Minister of Health, Minister of Education, as well as Minister of the Gender Unit to be able to revise and relook the manual. And it was now revised to ELSHI. So I think Honorable Musanje spoke about the CSE task force and how we're working well with the members of parliament as well. So I think that's something that we've done well in Zambia. Secondly, I'll speak about the aspect of money, financing, health financing. We've also then come up with a mechanism that we've dubbed accountability mechanism on family planning and SRHR. So this mechanism mainly looks at the budgetary aspect. So we do budget tracking, expenditure analysis when it comes to reproductive health services. So just last week, as a mechanism, we did make submissions to the health committee on on the aspect of increasing budgetary allocations towards the reproductive health component. So I think one of our recommendations was the aspect of looking inward, domestic financing that everyone has been talking about here. But as for us as a mechanism, what we're championing is the aspect of looking at some of the syntaxes. How can we increase the syntax so that we can ring fence some of those resources and channel them towards sexual reproductive health and rights? I know this probably will not sit well with most people, because I mean that means that alcohol will be increased and all those other aspects. But I think this is something that we're also discussing with the members of parliament when we did our submission. We also looked at the CDF. So in Zambia, we have what we call the Community Development Fund, where we also noticed that a little bit of the allocation is actually going towards health services. So what we have then done is we then proposed that 15% of the CDF actually be channeled to the services in the particular constituency. So these are some of the activities and initiatives that we've done under the accountability mechanism. This is something that we're then also going to monitor after the final budget has been issued, so that we see whether our submissions have been actually adopted, considering that these are some of the issues that we're championing as a mechanism. So lastly, I'll look at the age of consent aspect. So in Zambia, we then developed an age of consent task team. Previously, this issue was being spearheaded by Ministry of Health. So I think as of last year, after the first regional convening that we had, we also learned from Zimbabwe that they had an access task force, right, Diana? Yes, so we also then went and developed our own age of consent task force, where we're mainly looking at age-related barriers to accessing SRHR. So what we then did was this issue, like I mentioned earlier, was usually tabled, was being championed by a Minister of Health, but then we noticed that there was a stalemate. So in 2021, Minister of Health was conducting consultative processes in the 10 provinces in Zambia, and I think this process did not sit well with everyone. There was a lot of backlash. So we then had to regroup and see how then we can support the process as CSOs. So when the Children Code Act came into play, what we then had to do was look at also how then is this act supporting access to services for adolescents and young people. So I think the process that Honorable Mshanje was speaking to yesterday is where we then brought in different ministries. So Minister of Health, Minister of Justice, Minister of Community Development, as well as Minister of Education, to see how then can we develop a statutory instrument that can also allow young people to be able to access services. But as we speak today, as of last week or 2 weeks ago, progress has not been made, and we've actually hit a stalemate. I think the Attorney General has not been forthcoming on the issue, and we are a bit stuck. So now it means that we need to regroup as CSOs again to see then how can we champion this aspect forward. And some of the initiatives that have been working has been mostly backdoor conversations. I think we realized that having some of these conversations in public domain like this has been a challenge. So I think most of the CSOs, what they've been doing is actually creating personal relationships with some of the key line ministries, for example, the permanent secretaries, to see how then can we advance this age of consent conversation, considering that there's this act that is at play. Thanks, Brian.
All right, thank you. So before you hand over the mic to Lorraine, the same question that I asked Diana, I would like to ask you as well. So on a scale of 1 to 5, the strategies that are being implemented, how can you measure their success?
When you look at the age of consent task force, I think the success has been, we could see some progress that has been made around that, considering that it was literally just started last year. But I think
there, this is what we have worked with. But when you go to the community in the ground, once a girl is pregnant, she doesn't go to school. Why? The policy is there. There are no mechanisms to support the policy or uphold it. So I don't go back to school, but there's a policy saying I'm supposed to go back to school. So you can hold me accountable for that, but I cannot get a service as a minor. It really contradicts to the agenda and to the purpose. So the bottom line is we do have progressive policies. We do collaborate. CSOs do collaborate with the Ministry of Health. We do understand the progress it has taken, but there's still more to be done in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the other speakers. On a scale of 1 to 5, how can you measure the progress that you've made? Are the strategies working or not? On a scale of 1 to 5, where can you rate it?
I think 2.5.
2.5.
I'd say it's mid.
Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. All right. So thank you very much, Diana. Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, Kudzai, for those insightful presentations that you have made. And so we are going to take a few hands from the audience. So you can just quickly raise your hand up if you have a question or a contribution. But just like we did it at first, we are actually going to limit the time given to you to speak. So we are going to give you no more than a minute. Okay? So as you are asking your question or making your contribution, please try to be as brief as you possibly can and go straight to the point. So how many have questions? Okay. So we'll start from this table and then we'll go to the other table.
Okay, where are you getting the funding that is flexible for you to change your strategy with the task force in Zimbabwe? You mentioned something like that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we can go to...
Well, thank you, panelists and moderator, for the great presentations. Us have mentioned something about health financing. We are talking about looking inwards, you're talking about domestic financing and all that. Yesterday, there were also suggestions or submissions that we need to consider bulking health financing into issues of health and not desegregate it for SRHR. But from our observations in Kenya, as our doctor presented yesterday, health is devolved to the counties. So usually our observation has been when you look at the health budget, it's quite huge. But if you don't itemize SRHR services, then during supplementary budgeting, those monies that you thought will be allocated to SRHR are actually reallocated to other things. I'll give you a simple example. We had 6 million shillings to help develop or put in place a safe shelter for SGBV cases. During supplementary budgeting, because we didn't itemize that money was reallocated to other things. So you as individuals who've done this and you're talking about financing, which approach works or which approach will you say has worked for you? Bulking and doing health budgeting or desegregating SRHR and having its own budgets to then be able to hold the duty bearers accountable?
Thank you very much. Yes, we can go to the Honorable Member of Parliament from Zambia.
Thank you so much for the good presentations that we listened to. I've got, I think, 2 comments. One is, given the data we got yesterday from Natasha, South Africa has got the most progressive legal framework on age of consent. Has any of you, civil society, tried to build a case study of how it's working, the good and the bad and the like, so that you can showcase it to our countries, for example, to us legislators in the health committee, so that we could understand these other child-related caucuses? That's my first question. And my second one is to do with the health financing. In Zambia, we are doing what is called sector budget analysis, where the budget after presentation is actually analyzed by the various sectors before it's approved. Has any one of you, civil society, come up with a sector budget analysis that focuses on SRH provisions to build an investment case, which then talks about what resources actually are needed for us to deal with the SRH situation in the country. An investment case, which can come to that budget committee and say, if we put so much in this area, this is what we are going to get. And if we don't put so much in this area, these are the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's go to Prof. And then we'll take the last hand at the other table.
In fact, okay. Honorable has said exactly what I was going to say, in that very often we may not be couching our issue in the way that resonates with politicians, to get them to really understand in terms of the problem. What is the statement of the problem? What is the rationale? Why do we need to do that? What are the consequences of inaction? And so when we articulate and demonstrate some of those consequences of inaction, they start to see the problem. I think very often when people say, what is sexual and reproductive health? Why invest? Then you say, do you know that women die during pregnancy and childbirth? And they who should not be dying? People start to think, to say, what would have happened if your mother died during pregnancy with you? You may not have been born. So people start to see that this is an issue which can be affecting them. You know, there are countries like Sweden. I give one example. One of their biggest hospitals had one maternal death in 22 years. A woman, a doctor died. Here, one of the studies I did in Zimbabwe, in 1 year at a facility, we recorded up to 52 maternal deaths. And these are women dying during pregnancy and childbirth, supposedly giving life. And so that issue needs to come out in the case.
Thank you very much. So get the last hand.
Which one?
Let's start with her and then we'll go to the last hand. That is the last hand, the lady in green.
Thank you so much. I have a question in terms of Kutie. After we remove the age of consent, we have advocate for young people accessing friendly services. Then what? Who is going to budget for those services? How are we going to monitor and track progress? How are we going to mobilize the resources without maybe depending on the donor or depending on the CBOs? Are we saying the government is also going maybe to pay maybe 50 to 60% from the consultation fee, the medication that is going to be needed by these adolescents? So that is the question to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to get our last hand there. And just to emphasize, if you know that the question that you had has already been asked, please, it would be best in the interest of time to just permit the other speaker also to ask other questions. So if you know the question you wanted to ask has been asked already by another speaker, we can just skip you.
Yeah, so for me, it's more of a recommendation rather than a question. So I think one of the previous speakers, the young people that were on the panel, made mention that it is high time that we put young people at the core of these interventions, or at the core of creating the strategies themselves. Even as we engage these policymakers, let the young people be the ones that are taking lead. Because this is not just age of consent. There are young lives that are affected by this. So they should be at the core, they should be there expressing themselves and speaking for themselves, even in the rooms. Capacity build them and give them technical expertise to be able to elaborate and have conversations with these policymakers. They should not see this as a Hivo's agenda, no. They should see this as a young person's agenda. And also, I want to concur with him what he mentioned about demonstrating. Have you ever, as you are planning or implementing, taken time to just take these policymakers to the maternity wards? And they should be able to see the young girls that are there. The young girls that are accessing maternal services at the maternity ward. They will find a 12-year-old alone at the maternity ward. But we want to bring these people in workshops. They want to come and eat in workshops. They need to be able to see the problem, take them to the community, take them to the hospitals, let them see how young people are affected by this problem. So that as they make decisions, they don't make decisions based on what they see and hear. They don't make decisions because they've seen NGOs come and speak about this, but they make decisions based on the young people that is affected, based on the 12-year-old that is at the facility alone without any man accessing, seeking for antenatal services.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indeed, those are quite interesting submissions and questions that have been asked. And so I'm going to permit the panelists to just respond to the questions. I will start with Lauren. We'll start from this side, and then we'll just progress in that order.
Thank you very much. I would like to respond to the then what question. After we have gotten the age of consent, let us picture a situation where, yes, we have gotten the age of consent. They can get these services, they can seek these services, then what? One, in as much as you have said we cannot expect the government to take up this burden, it is still their responsibility to take care of its people. But a strategy we have accorded or we have adopted in Kenya is a sustainability model for a social enterprise. What is a social enterprise? It is a business model that makes profit, but the profit is reinjected back to the model to continue. And from this, we have facilities all over the country, and the facilities offer subsidized services or no services to young people seeking services, because young people are the core of our agenda. So I think if we also take a total market approach, still holding the government accountable, but coming in as private sector and the social market to try and come together to find solutions where everyone benefits and everyone is accountable, we can cater for these statistics, data, and need as they seek these services in a world where age of consent is there. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Right. I'll try to touch, I think there were quite a number that were very specific for me, but I'll also try and answer some of them drawing a picture. So unfortunately, maybe because of time, we might not be able to walk through all the various strategies that we used to get to the stage that we are at right now. But it is quite comprehensive. And I think even as you are doing it, and I think also as the Honorable was also speaking, if I were to ask you to even have a conversation with the Honorable from Zimbabwe behind you and understand the intense work we've had to put into Parliament itself, just sitting with them, what is SRHR? How does it affect young people? What are the national statistics? What are the statistics that are not shared because they are considered non-national or, non-published or non-acceptable, and taking them into communities to actually see the problem firsthand and actually then painting a picture of how huge the problem is. It's something we have done quite extensively, so much that the average MP that we have sat down with, even in the absence of a CSO or funding, will get into a parliament and say, there is that issue we have not fixed. There is that issue we have not fixed. So I think it's something that we have definitely done to make sure that we've invested in quite extensively in the training of MPs to really understand. Related to that also, we have also tried to make sure that the investment case that you are talking about, we have also done even economic evaluations to try and demonstrate if you spend $1 on contraception for young people, you avoid a complication that costs $400. If you spend 50 cents, or even maybe, what's the most expensive contraception? Maybe it will probably be like $10 or something like that. And we're talking about like the high end, right? Because there's also health technology assessments that have been done, high end contraception that can be given. And we don't have teenage pregnancies. You were talking about maternal mortality. If you actually break down the maternal mortality figures, a significant amount of those maternal deaths is young people because their bodies are not ready to give birth. If we avoid them getting pregnant in the first place, we are also not only just addressing the issue of teenage pregnancies, but we are also addressing the issues of maternal deaths. We are also addressing the issue of health financing. because for most African governments, the health financing that they have to just support their public health is not enough. So if we spend more on by default, it also means we are saving on some of those treatment elements that we could have been spending on. So all of this information is available. The unfortunate thing is whenever people think young people sex, walls come up, not my daughter, not my son. And all these other technical conversations are then not treated as technical conversations, which sometimes then stands in the way of being able to progress forward. And then with regards to funding for the advocacy itself.
Under 30 seconds.
All right. So the funding for the advocacy itself, I think for us in the Zimbabwean context, it sits with how we actually bring people into the Access Task Force. If you do not already have active work on age restrictions, if you're not already holding funds to work with young people yourselves, if you are not already actively have a work plan that is saying we are going to do this work, then why are you in the Access Task Force? Because most times what then usually happens is everyone wants to be in the room for every conversation, which is not feasible, right? How do we make sure that we have those 5 or 10 people that are tracking one particular conversation? And they are the ones where, as long as it doesn't matter, even if an email comes from the US and they say we want to talk about age restrictions, we already know the 10 people that are being suggested for that. And I think it's something that we need to do because it makes a follow through and follow up much more effective than if today we have this one, tomorrow we have this one, tomorrow we have this one. And because everyone is already supporting their work, they're a bit more invested in the results of the work. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Over to Kudzai. So because of time, under a minute.
Under a minute. Wow. Okay, so just to add on to what Dee has just said. So as the accountability mechanism, what we have tried to do in Zambia is we literally have a group of organizations, literally 10, that are specifically looking at the sector budget on health, but mainly focusing on analyzing the allocation towards reproductive health. So I think this process for us in Zambia has actually helped us to be able to see some results when it comes to budget allocation, particularly towards reproductive health. So what we have done is, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago, again, we did meet with the health committee parliamentarians, and we did actually provide a bit of a synopsis of the situation analysis on the age of access issues, but also particularly on the impact that budget allocation has on the adolescent and young people in Zambia. So quite a number of activities have been done, just similar to what Dee has been saying. But in Zambia, we're very big on creating a space for specific CSOs to tackle a specific agenda that is not open for everyone else, because we won't really achieve the results that we need. So yeah, so thank you.
Thank you very much. So everyone in the house, that marks the end of this session. Thank you very much to the panelists for the insightful presentations you've given. Quite a number of things have been done. A lot of strategies have in place that have proven to be very effective. And one of the things that I like so much is what was mentioned by Diana, where they actually infiltrate. We call them infiltration. They infiltrate spaces and just make sure that everybody, regardless of what space you belong to, they know what is happening on the ground, and they are also being enlightened, which then will in turn make other people, 1 or 2, may also jump on the agenda, because certain people do not support a particular agenda because they're just not aware about it. But so if people are actually enlightened on what is happening, some of the effects that are existing, and the solution that can be given, I believe that with time, a lot of people come on board. And that is why we're able to listen to all these successes that have been mentioned. So thank you very much to our guests. And I'm going to ask everybody to just give them a round of applause as they go. And you want to dance? All right, play us any song. They want to dance. Play us any song. Play us any song, especially from Zambia. Play us any song. But they're not dancing. You can dance. Thank you very much. Of course, they wanted to dance, but they did not. So I'm still going to ask you to give them a round of applause. Come on, you can do better than that. A round of applause. Thank you very much. So without wasting a lot of time, we're going to jump right into the next session. And in this session, we'll be looking at aligning national policies and legislation and human rights framework. So we're going to have two speakers. We're going to have Jeremiah from UNAID Zimbabwe, and we're also going to have Tatenda from Youth Advocates Zambia, who are then going to come and just give us more information about this particular conversation. So as we're waiting for Tatenda to come in, I'm just going to quickly go around, okay? And I'll be pointing at random. So if you're not paying attention, you'll be spotted. I'm going to go around and just ask you what has stood out from the conversation or the presentation which was being made. And so this, you don't have to raise your hand. Don't worry, I'll come to you, all right? And then I'll select at random so that you can tell us what you've learned or what has stood out for you. Is that okay? Is that okay? How many are okay with it? How many are not okay with it? How many are not okay with it, with what I want to do? Okay, so everybody's okay with it. So, yes. Tell us what has stood out for you.
Thank you. What stood out for me is for us to put SRHR into the economic component, because when you look at it from the investment perspective for government, it makes sense that if you invest 10% in SRHR of the budget, it will save you 50% in health-related issues, and the government gets to focus the budget to other developmental issues. And maybe that would be something that government would listen to, because they're looking at prosperity and it works for their politics as well.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. If you're not clapping, I'm coming to you. If you're not clapping, I'm coming to you. So, yes. Hi. How are you? Would you please share with us?
Well, I think what stood out from all the sessions and the previous, previous session is that I think there's a lot of scope for changing the laws that restrict access for young people. And I think there's scope for young people to start holding hands with stakeholders that include members of parliament. We already have a captive audience of members of parliament or MPs who are here, showed what they are doing. They are ready to join hands with young people.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. We're actually waiting for you, Tatenda. So most of you have been saved because Tatenda is here. So we're going to go right to our next session. Like I mentioned, we're looking at aligning national policies, legislation, and human rights framework. So I was actually going to introduce you to come, but well, since you're here, let us give them a round of applause. Right, so where's the other mic? Can we have the other microphone, please? So as we start this conversation, first and foremost, I would like you to just quickly introduce yourself, the organization you're presenting, and then after that, we can go to the conversation.
Thank you, Monica, and is it afternoon now? Good morning. Good. So the name is Jeremiah Manyika. I'm with UNAID, which is the joint program on HIV and AIDS within the UN. Oh, okay. Thank you. So maybe let me retake that. The name is Jeremiah Manyika. I'm with UNAID, which is the United Nations Joint Program on HIV and AIDS When in UNAIDS, I'm the Equality and Rights Advisor. I think I'm also responsible for community mobilization and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Tatenda. Kindly just introduce yourself. I know we know you, but for the sake of the people who are watching you online.
My name is Tatenda Songore. I'm with Youth Advocates. I'm the team leader. Anything else?
If you feel that is sufficient, then it is sufficient.
Yeah, because if I go to my other background, yeah, we may spend the whole day.
That is well understood. So now coming back to the conversation that we are having, aligning national youth policies or legislation and human rights framework, I would like to understand from your experience working with the organization that you're working with and being in this particular space, how easy is it to align national policies and human rights framework, but also how best can it be done so that from the successes that have been done from the works you've done, other countries as well as other civil society organizations can learn from and do the same implementations?
First and foremost, when it comes to the principles of human rights, they are global in nature, but often problematic when it comes to the African context. We always rectify human rights, and then we are not sure if they align with our cultural beliefs, tradition, and also the fact that Africa has got a strong background around religion as well. Sometimes we are confused in between to go with religion, to go with tradition. And when laws come into play, you're caught in between whether to say we want to go the human rights way or we want to go the cultural way, the religious way. I want to give that background so that we have a clear understanding when we talk about access. If you go to the UNCRC, it talks about health as a human right for every child. If you go to the African Charter on the Welfare of Children, it talks about health as a right to every child. If you come to the African context, we'll start with biblical approach or religion approach. Parents have got the right over their children. And when you've got the right over your child, it means if they are to look for a healthcare service, you have to know what kind of a service, which is good in a way because sometimes some of these healthcare services, they need post-service care. And sometimes children cannot be able to manage some of these conditions. Now, where is the problem? The problem is when it comes to sexual reproductive health services. The moment you talk about sex, the African me goes straight religion. And especially when you look at East and Southern Africa, most of these, our religions do not believe in sex before marriage. When you talk about sex before you go to the reproductive health, oftentimes it's associated with promoting promiscuity. And person is saying, I want to go and look for a services, maybe they've got some pain in their lower part, and then it's the thinking is always like it's an STI. They are already sexually active, and if they're sexually active, they are not going in line with our beliefs. And as a parent, we have to put in the whipping process. So because of that, we are already not taking the human rights approach, which becomes problematic when as far as the laws are concerned, because when laws are being made, often there are always public hearings where an ordinary parent who is not well informed about human rights makes a decision about human rights issues, but they are well informed about religion, they are well informed about tradition, and then now the challenge is the government is well educated, they make progressive policies, the constitution usually is well done, but the laws themselves restrict access because they want to protect the minor, who is a child. So when we are talking now about domesticating the laws and frameworks, the global laws and frameworks, as far as sexual reproductive health is concerned, we have to do almost like a paradigm shift, whereby whose interests are we serving when we are offering these services or when we're introducing this service? That's why the best interest of the child is always the predominant factor when it comes to healthcare, including sexual reproductive health services. So the best interest of the child takes precedence, whether the parent or the guardian denies the service, or even if you're a service provider and you hold your own personal beliefs, your own cultural beliefs or traditional beliefs, the best interest of the child is when a child walks into a health facility, they have to access a service. So this is where I'm saying that we need to have a paradigm shift in our approach, that when we're making laws, we look at the best interest of the child, but always the problematic issue when it comes to reproductive health service is the issue of child protection. Whenever we are talking about children, we want to ask this question: are we protecting a child when you say access to reproductive health services is accessible to any age at local health facilities? I do not have the answer to this, but when I'm speaking, I have to be open about where the biggest challenge is. Because the parent in me, if I hear that my 9-year-old daughter has gone to a local health facility and has received a service, and I'm not aware that there's been a service that's been offered to my child, whether it was good or bad, I'm bound to act as a parent and say, I want to find out. And it becomes, if it becomes reproductive, I'm already thinking about two things. The service provider could have connived with the abuser and offered the service, or my child is already sexually active and I'm not aware, and the religious person within me will always be now saying, so I need to report them police or I need to act swiftly. So in these remarks that I'm giving, I'm just opening up and just reflecting on the conversation. When talking about the global human rights approach, we have got a challenge within East and Southern Africa, where we have, number one, our religion, our culture, our traditions are always for the best interest of the child. And at the same time, we are always unsure about what is the best interest of the child when it comes to healthcare services, especially sexual reproductive health services. We are not sure about that. And the child protection laws are always consistent with the traditional approach and the religious approach of framing human rights, whereby they say the parent, the guardian is the one who's in charge of the child. So we need to think through how do we work around the human rights discourse as we move around.
Thank you very much, Tatenda, for that presentation. And indeed, what you've said is what makes it very hard for these policies and laws to be harmonized because of the different bodies that we have, the different stakeholders and the different opinions that people may have when it comes to religion, when it comes to, and when it comes basically just to the parents themselves. So when we talk of what is in the best interest of a child? Who exactly determines it? And I believe this is one of the questions that was asked in yesterday's conversation. Who determines what is best for the child? Is it the child? Is it the parents? Is it the service providers? Who exactly? Is it the religious leaders, or perhaps traditional leaders? So this is a conversation that we really, really need to look into. So thank you very much, Tatenda, for that presentation. So I'm going to ask Jeremiah also to give your presentation as far as aligning national policies and human rights frameworks is concerned.
Yeah, Director, and when my colleague was speaking to these issues, indeed, I could relate to the issues that are really affecting even our path to ending AIDS as a public health threat. It's really to do with how we customize some of the global guidance that we get from global institutions like the UN itself, where I'm coming from. Indeed, there is an intersection between what global guidance is saying and our traditional norms, culture, and religion. To the extent that, like for example, in UNAIDS, where I'm coming from, we have then tried to look at how best we can still achieve the same goal by encouraging governments to achieve a certain set of targets. Like if we say 95, 95, 95, we want to achieve 95, 95, 95. Whether there is religion, there is culture, there is all these other forms of barriers or not, we still need to achieve 95, 95, 95 for us to be able to end AIDS as a public health threat. Now, that gives us, an option of encouraging governments to ensure that there is HIV testing, there is ART, and there is viral load suppression. Whether one is Christian, or one is rooted in African traditional religion, or one does not subscribe to any of that. So really, it's still about human rights, but the approach now is to try and move away from some of these barriers that we then face when we look at issues to do with religion, issues to do with culture. But really, we cannot run away from that totally, because it's still the same population that we are dealing with. They are grounded in their culture, they are grounded in their religion. But what we have tried to do is to engage at policy level, parliament. We have engaged parliamentarians, we have engaged traditional leaders, we have even engaged not only religious leaders. At some point we realized, oh no, when we say religious leaders, we are also living other beliefs. So we have then tried to say interfaith leaders, so that we have everyone, those leaders from Islam, leaders from Christianity, leaders who subscribe to Muslim, leaders who subscribe to the African traditional religion itself. So we have tried to bring everyone together. But then, speaking of issues to do with just then targeting to say we want to achieve at least 90% of this, at least 95% of this, we have also looked at sexual reproductive health and rights, and we have said, let us look at achieving 90% access to comprehensive sexuality education for our young people. Now, this is guidance. As to how we then unpack it at implementation level, this is where we then bring in all the think tanks, the leadership that we've been talking about, parliament, so that we work together to ensure that young people actually receive these services. There are different categories of young people. If you work with young people, they will tell you, even when they talk of being sexually active or not, or someone has been sexually active and they take a break, they have those different categories, and we cannot run away from those realities. If you have worked in a rural setting like I have done for the most part of my career, you will see that there are different young people from those that you see in urban areas. In a rural district like Dotito, Mount Down, where I come from, or Gokwe, where I spent about 10 years working there, you see a young person who is 16, 17, but they already have a family. They actually have 3 or so children, and they are running a family, they have a husband, and they are doing well. So the way you talk to young people in that area is different from the way you talk to young people, even for those who have parents who are here and they are going to school at Gateway or Wharton Park Primary or Secondary School. It's different. The realities are different. So we need to apply a different lens as we are talking about young people. And we also need to be cognizant of the fact that the needs of people also differ depending on the categories which they represent. But overall, the issue of child protection vis-a-vis issues to do with sexual reproductive health and rights it's a difficult one. There's a fine line that we need to apply when we are looking at child protection vis-a-vis issues of access. Indeed, some young people really require that they get access to contraception. Others, maybe not necessarily so, but how we apply that. I was having a conversation with one of the technical people from Ministry of Women Affairs. She visited her husband who's working in Mzarabani district. Yeah, sorry, I will give this example from Zimbabwe. It's contextual. So the husband is working and there's a health facility nearby. So women are coming in to register their pregnancies. She looks at the women and she says, no, these are young people, 14, 15, 16, 13 even. And she immediately says, no, we need to alert the police. And the response that she got from the husband and the other colleagues there, if you report this matter to the police, then we will not see these young girls. They will not come to the health facility. They will start delivering in their homes. We will lose them. They will die. So these are the realities of Africa. And we really need to look at that and be practical in our application of whether it's universal guidelines, whether it's our new knowledge on SRHR. We need to apply relevant knowledge and information to different categories of our young people. Ultimately, the winner is child protection. We will still protect our children, but there are those that really need to be protected by way of accessing sexual reproductive health and rights services. So, yeah, that's what I would say at this moment.
Okay, thank you very much. So one of the things that I'm getting from you, both of you strongly, is that one of the things that makes it really hard to align national policies with human rights frameworks is the different beliefs and customs that people have. You know, you talked of religious bodies, you talked of culture and tradition. You talked about just the basic human principles that a person may have by virtue of them being a parent. And so now I would like to understand more from the both of you when it comes to ensuring that national policies are aligned to human rights framework, and when you decide to bring on board religious leaders, traditional leaders and whatnot, obviously you present your argument, but on the other side as well, they have reasons they believe are justifiable to why they may not agree with the position that you have. So how exactly do you work around this conflict? Do you perhaps meet halfway? Do you create room to also compromise a little bit so that both of you can try to satisfy each other in one way or the other?
Yeah, thank you. I think in terms of ratifying global guidance or international laws, really usually it's the heads of state and government will say, we are ratifying this, we are going to implement this. By end of 2030, we should be able to record progress on this milestone, which is fine. And I think with the realities we face on the ground, it's not really a matter of ticking all the boxes. We need to make progressive steps towards achieving the greater good. Within those laws, within those guidelines, we pick what we can at the moment. We move with milestones of whatever provision that we can achieve within a certain period of time. But we don't throw away what we are not able to do at the moment. This is why when they ratify, they don't say, we are ratifying part of it. They ratify everything. They say, we are adopting this, we will implement back home. But at implementation level, this is where we need to face our realities and say, what are the quick wins? What are the low-hanging fruits? This we can do, but this we cannot do immediately. So we also have a facility, which is the Universal Periodic Review, where we work with Ministry of Justice, work with UN agencies, work with government institutions responsible for some of these provisions that we have ratified for. And we make regular assessments on progress made. So Rome was not built in one day. We work towards the greater good incrementally. And I think it's a good approach because, you know, we also have generational gaps that are, you know, vivid in terms of really looking at our situation. I think most of the African through liberation struggles, they've gone through a lot of changes in their geopolitical setups. We are still struggling with some things politically. We are still struggling with our economy. We have economies that are still in the hands of colonizers. Some countries have taken steps to, you know, to own the means of production. So when you look at all that, it also has implications on what you can do and within what time frames. So really, we also need to be practical and take bold steps to say, we'll prioritize this, we'll move with this, we'll report on this, but maybe in the next set of 5 or 10 years, we should be able to report progressively on the others. Over.
Thank you. Over to you, Tatenda.
I'll just take a look at the role of CSOs in this whole process. If you notice that in our previous regional engagement, we had almost similar conversation. And during the first day, someone asked a question, why are we here discussing the same issue? Just like my colleague Jeremiah has said, you know, being an advocate is not a destination, it's a journey, and it's a process. We have to convene, remobilize, re-strategize. What we have to be grateful of is the progress that we are making. Success is not just about winning. Success is about being able to measure certain indicators, right? You know, when you look at our context within East and Southern Africa, where we are all coming from, this conversation that we are having, I was having a similar conversation in Malawi a week ago, and they were asking, our laws, we have got progressive, the Gender Equity Act, a very progressive, talk about access. And then our laws are not clear about age. And I was just indicating to them, the issue is not about age, the issue is about access. And at the same time, when the laws are not clear, the service provider will do what they think is the right thing, right? And then when we come here as advocates, after maybe a year again, what we really need to think about is what does success look like as far as the human rights approach is concerned? How are our governments domesticating and implementing relevant policies, relevant laws? And in other countries where they have not agreed at law, they've put progressive policies. But these policies have proved time and again that if they are implemented and there's a dispute, service providers are not protected by the law and they can be arrested. And as civil society, when we are coming to convene, we are now asking the question, how do we ensure in a way we're able to protect the service provider? In a way we are able to ensure uninterrupted access of services for children. We have got a changing landscape in Africa where over the past decade, we've seen a lot of parents going to the United Kingdom, to Europe, America, looking for greener pastures, and they have left unintended minors. Those minors are between the ages of maybe, those who are between the ages of 10 to 18, 19, thereabout. they are bound to take some risk behaviors. It will happen. Not everyone will do it, but it will happen. But if they need to access a service, who is going to be the guardian in the absence of that parent? And we've seen that with the withdrawal funding, our governments were already not performing exceptionally well because of issue of resources. With withdrawal of global funding, are still our governments going to be able to offer services if they were already not able to offer adequate services? Let's say, for example, there's a 14-year-old who has maybe experienced, they've had a sexual encounter and they want to go to access service, and the law requires that they come with a parent or a guardian. The parent or guardian is not there. The law requires that they go with a maybe social worker to the local health first to access service. And we already know the social worker maybe is 10 kilometers away. The hospital is 27 kilometers away. The child is about 45 kilometers from the local health facility. So that itself, even if they call the social worker will tell you, I have no transport to go to the health facility. So in other words, we have denied service. And as civil society, we need to document, bring the evidence, and generate this evidence and present it to policymakers. And we continuously engage and ensure that the policies, the laws are within the international human rights framework.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let us give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. So I'm going to take a round of questions, a set of questions rather, or contributions. So if you have a comment, a question, kindly just raise your hand so that I can see where you are. After I point at the people who are going to speak, I'm not going to take any other set of questions. So if you have something to say, any question to ask, raise your hand up now. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are only 5 people who are going to speak. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentations. I think this was most enlightening. I think you have nailed the nail on its head, especially Jeremiah, when you started talking about the plight of hard-to-reach youths in, for instance, rural areas. It will be recalled that yesterday I deliberately asked the question to our panelists, have you ever thought about child-headed households and the plight of the young children who are heading these households? I said that because I was alive to the fact that our youths are not a homogeneous group. And we cannot achieve equitable access if we are blind to the different circumstances that our young people operate or live under. Do we even know, for instance, how many young people live on the streets in our region? There's a whole army of street kids there. I think there are challenges in accessing SRHR are different from somebody who lives in a solid family homestead. So indeed, I think what is coming out from your presentations is that ideally we need to be alive to the unique circumstances of our young people. Now my question is, realistically, how do you think we can achieve that, ensuring that we answer to the unique circumstances of the young people we are trying to assist? I'll end by saying that I think what is sticking out for me as a sore thumb is the fact that, number one, our young people have energy, they've got ideas, and they've got urgency. We need to harmonize, and we need to leverage on that. No one knows where the shoe pinches like the wearer. And I think organizers of this gathering are to be congratulated for bringing the young people on board so that they can actually articulate their unique challenges and offer ideas of how, you know, they can be, those challenges can be resolved. I think I'll end it there. So ideally, let's be alive to the different circumstances. Realistically, how do we do it? Working as a united team, along with our members of parliament, civil society organizations, the media, and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you thank you very much, Chair. I would like to congratulate the panel for the very rich, insightful contributions. Just very briefly, in terms of culture, I think this comes up very often. And I'm tempted to say maybe we need to also confront the challenges that culture presents. Simply because culture is not static, it's dynamic. Each generation does set out cultural means. I think, the times when we would do a survey and a woman would actually say, yes, if my husband beats me, it's part of our culture, it means he loves me. And so you can really say, in the name of culture, we've been able to get away with quite a number of things which over time we can challenge. And so over time we may want to challenge those cultural barriers, especially if we're able to show the positive elements associated with the shift, because things change overall. The second aspect is the issue of, maybe just an example here. We sought to say there were so many pregnancies taking place at school. And we wanted to say, if you link health education to access to services, we can reduce early unintended pregnancies. IRBs said you can't do that study because of a number of reasons. The condition that was then given was only if parents agree. So we went to the schools and we talked to parents through parent-teacher associations. 100% of the parents said yes. And you know why? Simply because no matter how poor that parent is, they're not sending their daughter to school to come back pregnant. So they accept and value the education. So at times, it's a question of the dialogue we need to establish with the parents to get them and get their views and take that forward for the agenda we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw a hand from the Member of Parliament, Zambia, here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the inputs. Very good. Again, I just wanted to follow up from Tatenda on the issue of best interest of the child, which I think he was able to put at the center of the discussion. Oftentimes, I think we are getting conflicting voices, and my interest is to get more on the measurement and legitimacy of the voice that reigns on the best interest of the child. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see hands on this table as well.
Yeah, I had two questions. One was what the Honorable has asked, already asked, about the best interest of the child, illustrating this from a case where, when it comes to male circumcision, because of the culture, there's a case in Kenya where a young man, because the parents tried to delay the circumcision, the young man almost committed suicide. He decided to go and cut himself, and it was a medical issue. My other concern was really just to appreciate, I think, the contributions and the recognition that we're not starting from nothing. All the policies that we have in the region, in the different countries, are actually, framed from a human rights approach. If you look at the constitutions, that's really ingrained in there. So we privileged that we're starting off from a point where we're trying to now illustrate how can we be able to achieve more than what we've already achieved. And I think Jeremiah illustrated that. The challenge still remains around ensuring that we're able to make the citizens, the communities, and of course the stakeholders appreciate that ratification of the international instruments by governments does not mean that applying those instruments nationally or at the community level is bringing foreign ideas, particularly around SRH, which has been a very major criticism that these are foreign, CAC is foreign and everything that aligns with it. So we really need to do more in terms of being able to provide sensitization on what government has ratified, what it implies at the national level, at the community level, and how we can be able to make gains, from using those instruments, because they're already ratified and government has acknowledged, and we pointed out that it's not everything. We're starting from a point, but really needs to make sure that we as a platform are able to go the extra mile to make sure that we're able to sensitize for more acceptability and probably more acceleration of the gains. The other issue that I wanted just to mention was
under 30 seconds.
Contextualizing the instruments and making sure that we address the variabilities and the context of different adolescents in the context that we all live in. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the last hand, and then.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to appreciate the contributions that you have done to us, and also pointing out the fact that the religious leaders play a very important role in ushering issues of SRHR. At one time in Zimbabwe, you find that religious leaders were actually used to go behind the scenes to block or to broker power, political power, where it mattered most. We have one example of a leader whom I can actually name, Father Mkonori. He played a very pivotal role in bringing peace, harmony, and stability in our country in ways which we all know. So when we have religious leaders at the table, they can actually usher SRHR issues easily. How do we do it? One, we need to build relationships with these religious leaders in all our areas. And we also need to understand their concerns. When you understand their concerns, they'll give you an ear. Then you also have to frame SRHR issues in faith-friendly language. A language that involves issues of love, compassion. The young girl who is just about to die because of SRHR related issues can be saved if at all we use protection here and there. She needs to be saved by us. I like the one point which was raised, I don't know by who, that if we invest in one tablet, which costs maybe 5 rands, we'll save a problem that will actually cost us someone's life. So religious leaders come in that manner, then they can actually be in a position to assist us in solving such issues. Then you also have to use...
Under 30 seconds.
Thank you. Those influential leaders, you know that this one has a lot of following. We talk of people like Benin. If he's talking to America, he commands a lot of respect. In our own Zimbabwean context, we have the Makandiwas of the day, we have the Butawashe, we have the Gutis, and so many other religious leaders in your own countries, like in Zambia. You can name the most vocal, religious leaders. So I want to encourage you all to go and use religious leaders in a very good way. I went to Gutu, talked to one religious leader, where we have 500 apostolic faith members. And they all had to go, in HIV test, which was a taboo. But we talked to Reverend Yamandi, and he opened the doors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So because of time, I'm only going to allocate 2 minutes to each one of you. And then should your question not be responded, please feel free to still meet our speakers after this session so that you can just continue having the same conversation.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues, for those reflections. And indeed, Doc Magaza, it's really a challenge to try and harmonize how we can approach the problem of young people. We can talk to it at national level, but then we need to be practical at implementation level. This is why I like working with civil society. You know, UNAIDS is a huge advocate for communities and working with civil society. You know, working with civil society, they are able to come up with tailor-made programs and approaches, the peer-led approaches, where I know you as a colleague and I know your needs, and I can link you to services, such that we don't bring everyone else and everyone else's mother and father on board, whose mother and father are really aggressive on issues of sexual reproductive health. So within that context, we can do peer-to-peer and ensure that our young people who need these services can actually get those services. Prof, you talked about culture. Yes, indeed, we need to approach with evidence that, you know, if we change our way of life, we can as well achieve greater good. This is why, you know, the people of Zambia who introduced the shifting cultivation, they moved to greener pastures each and every time. And I think we also took that model. This is why people are going to Europe and all these other countries. They are searching for greener pastures, and it's something that we have adopted. And related to that, okay, manuals. I was in a conversation where we were saying we needed to harmonize at least one, come up with one manual that we can pitch at national level so that even the leadership can have an appreciation of what we are saying collectively. But the best approach is to have parents who are empowered, who know what sexual reproductive health is, and they can speak to their children on those issues. I think the issue on religious leaders, thank you. That one, we have also worked on coming up with religious leaders manual, interfaith manual on SRHR. And related to that, you also spoke to the issues of averting costs by actually, you know, investing in SRHR. I think before the end of this year, some of you colleagues who are here will also have a conversation around the cost of inaction. UNAIDS, together with Ministries of Health in South Africa and Zimbabwe, conducted a cost of inaction exercise for not investing in sexual reproductive health and rights. And I think that document, we want to disseminate it with Parliament and leaders like you so that you can actually put figures to the realities of not investing in our young people's SRHR, both on HIV, complications in pregnancies, the cost to health facility, hospitalization and medical care and so forth. So those figures will enlighten everyone as to why we really need to invest in SRHR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to Tachenda.
I think my key takeaway here, Jeremiah has answered most of the questions, is when it comes to human rights, as far as sexual reproductive health is concerned, we just need to take individual responsibility and collective responsibility. We can't be painting a picture that we do not live ourselves. We have seen advocates who advocate in big rooms, but at personal level, they do not apply what they preach. We have to take a paradigm shift. If you see teenage pregnancy happening within your communities, you have to take action within your own community as well. Because you see an advocate who is in this room making noise, but it's happening in their community and they're not taking action because it's not part of their job. They are not implementing in that community. So what does it mean? What we are saying is When you're talking about the issue of the age of consent, it's happening everywhere. We are seeing child marriages happening. Change begins with you. Change begins with your community. And when you are coming here as a collective, we are building solidarity. We are here to build solidarity and movement building. That's why you notice that we'll come back with the same conversation next year, but we are checking on progress. And we are building solidarity to our allies or our comrades who would not have done, who have not have made as much progress in sharing our experiences. But otherwise, thank you, moderator. There are young people who wanted to play something. I'm not sure if they are ready.
Okay.
They were giving me a hint, but thank you.
All right, thank you. Is it ready? Okay, so you can play.
We are done.
Oh, it's not part of the. All right, so as that is being played, I think we can give them a round of applause as they take.
Over cultural and legal barriers hindering easy access to sexual reproductive health services. Speaking to Zimbabwe's Radio News on the sidelines of the ongoing Adolescents Sexual Reproductive Health Access Regional Engagement Meeting in Harare, youth said they face numerous challenges when seeking access to health services.
Religious sects believe that access to SRH services is not a necessity, so they hinder adolescent girls from accessing. That's why you find that we still have high teenage pregnancies within Zimbabwe.
The religious sector is saying that when we bring this comprehensive sexual education, we are westernizing African ways that we do, because sexual education initially was in the hands of the family.
The challenges that we are facing are the legal barriers, which are restricting age of access for adolescents and young people in terms of accessing services such as contraceptives and family planning.
So we all know what happened with USAID, United States Development Agency. That caused other donor communities to panic as well. So they're pulling out, they're reducing the funding. So what this means is that the priority for SIHR services towards young people now is minimized.
Meanwhile, Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum Media and Communications Manager Moses Mugaza emphasized the need to align sexual reproductive health laws with community realities. The two-day event is themed Collaborating for Equitable Sexual Reproductive Africa.
A round of people who are organizing and just putting everything in place, arranging the audio. I've recognized the number of voices, a number of colleagues who were doing the interviews. I believe some of us actually saw them yesterday. And so that was just put together by the media team, and so that we can all get to hear of what is being published. So having reached this point, before I hand over to my comrade, I'm going to ask you to just stand up one last time. Wherever you are, just stand up. I know we need to stretch a little, yeah? So if your neighbor is not standing, just tell them to stand up. The energy level is low, yeah? All right, so I want you to just shake your body once again. Shake your body for the last time. Shake your body, shake your body. Shake your bodies, come on. You can do better than that. You can do better than that. All right, so I want us to do a simple activity. Very short, very short. I just want us to count from 1 to 10, okay? We're going to count from 1 to 10, but then we're not going to be counting at the same time, all right? So any person, wherever you are, feel free to start, all right? So you just start counting. If this person says 1, another person should say 2, 3, just like that. But not 2 or more people should say the same number at the same time. So if someone says 1 this side, and maybe someone says 2, and another person says 2 at the same time, we're going to start all over again. Is that clear? So who would like to start? 1, 2. So let's follow the order 1, 2, 3, 4. Do not skip any number, all right? So let's start again. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. So we're starting again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Start again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's start again. Let's start again. Make sure that you do not say a number at the same time with a colleague. All right? Okay. We're starting again. And this one, we're making progress. We're making progress. We're getting there. Let's do it one last time. One last time. All right, clap hands for yourselves, and you may take your seats. All right, so as I'm leaving, as I hand over to my, can I have your attention just a minute? As I'm handing over to my comrade, I'm going to ask you to appreciate me in a way that I want. Not the clap once, clap twice, but I have my own way to be appreciated, all right? And it's actually very simple. It's very simple. You're all going to be clapping, just normal, clapping, a normal applause. But the catch is this. When I get to your table, as you clap, you stand up for me. So as you're seated, you'll be clapping, clapping. When I get to your table, as you're clapping, you begin to stand up until I sit down. Is that okay? Is that okay? Is that okay? Yeah, start clapping for me then. Come on, you can do better than that. Don't stop until I sit down. When I get to your table, you stand.
Another round of applause for Brian. This is what I call utilizing the opportunity. You made sure you make use of the opportunity effectively. If I just say hello, just respond with a hi so that I know who's with us. Hello? 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 Thank you so much. It seems everyone is still with us. So my task here is simple. I'm just going to leave this opportunity to Maxwell, who's going to take us through to the next session up until lunchtime. Or let's give him a round of applause until he gets to this point. Maxwell, let's keep clapping, please. Don't get tired. Come on.
Thank you for the opportunity. Do you know this is the opportunity? Yes. So whenever someone's wanted to talk on a mic, they first say, thank you for the opportunity. So young people think maybe this is the opportunity. Huh? It's a mic. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. Let's give a round of applause for our Chimwene from Pazed, Mr. Brian Mwanza. Yes. So my task is simple. We don't want to take much of your time. Now we have had a lot of information, experiences that we have had since yesterday to today. We want to look at those and discuss as countries and discuss as regional bodies. So, which means we are going into groups and look at what issues can we take forward in our respective countries. But before we go there, last year we had the same regional convening here in Zimbabwe, where we discussed a lot of issues, where we have made some recommendations, and there were a lot of inputs that were done from last year. So I would like to invite a few young people who would talk about the inputs that were done from last year. So I'll invite one by one. So I'll start with Nelly. Nelly, can you come forward and give us one input that was done from the last year regional engagement? Let's clap hands for Nelly. As she come to take this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Maxwell, for this opportunity.
And one of the issue that was brought up during last year's engagement meeting here was the need to clearly bring out in our discussions, the need to include key populations on how they're usually disregarded or denied access to healthcare services. And the solution that was brought up was that in our advocacy efforts, for example, HIVOS, done by HIVOS, there was need to train and empower healthy workers because they usually deny key populations healthcare services because maybe they're afraid of community backlash and sometimes they're just less bothered. So it was agreed that we should train, empower, and also the laws should be enforced so that everyone can receive youth-friendly services. Thank you.
Let's clap hands for Claire. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Claire. Yes, Pili, you are next. Can you tell us the inputs from last year? While Tanatswa, you're also coming. Since where you're going, you're supposed to give us, okay, it's okay.
Thank you, Maxwell. Another issue that was highlighted during last year's meeting was the need for meaningful youth engagement, but not only for youth, but also adolescents. So I think a very good strategy will be involving them throughout the entire process, from identifying the problem to designing the solutions, to implementing the solutions, and to the evaluation process, just to ensure that the solutions that are being implemented for the various problems that they're facing are actually aligning with their reality. And also to echo on what Nelly has said, it's important to recognize that young people are not homogeneous. We land in different categories. So ensuring diversity in their representation and also inclusivity will be able to speak into the lived realities of those particular categories. Thank you.
Let's clap hands for Pili. While Tanatswa is coming, I think one issue that was highlighted is issue of tokenism, whether within the governments, within the CSOs, if you are putting together spaces for young people to participate, whether it's a youth advisory board, a youth advisory panel, young people need to be fully resourced, fully equipped, not just tokenism or ticking boxes only. Let's hear from Ms. Tanatswa.
Thank you, Maxwell, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I am well, thank you. So, what is a child? What are child-friendly services? Those were the questions that we asked at the last regional meeting. The speaker thoroughly emphasized how it was very important to define the key terms that we use at gatherings. So that is child, a youth, and child-friendly services. So what we really talked about was how to achieve the overall goal, which is communication and collaboration. And how is it done? It is done by defining the key terms, because we need to know what we are speaking about. How do we advocate for issues that we do not know about? So we need to know the key terms that we'll be talking about at these gatherings. So the speaker was just emphasizing on the importance of defining the key terms that we use at these gatherings, so that we ensure that when we talk about child-friendly services, we know and understand that we are truly meeting these needs for the young people, because we understand exactly what they are. So it is important that we define the key terms so that we are able to advocate, because how do we advocate for something that we do not know about? Thank you.
Thank you, adolescent Tanatswa. Mike, yeah, let's hear from Mike. Well, yeah, the last one, Claire, yeah, well, Claire is
Okay, I was expecting myself to be the last person because I talk a lot. But anyway, Only me. You give me time. Anyway, yeah, the last year, the other thing that was discussed was I complain a lot. I complain a lot. And even last year, the complaint was already there. So the complaint is young people are involved in such meetings, but whatever they say is not taken up or not included. Sometimes we take note, but nothing is being done. So are we going to see a change in this meeting now? And then the other thing was, I'm now forgetting because you gave me time, you see? Don't ever do that. I love that. Okay, so the other thing was around young people's participation. It's, yeah, a lot of young people complained that when we come for such meetings, discussions are made, but it's a checkbox. Implementation is not being done. So there were concerns that what usually makes the implementation really hard is the resources. So now, are we going to be able to come up with initiatives that are going to have resource mobilization, local resource mobilization, or we'll still be going back to donor funding and all that? So those are the issues that came out last year. Maxwell, I'm in the 1 minute.
Thank you, Mike. Mike, you've tried. Let's hear from last one, Claire.
Okay, good afternoon. Is it afternoon? You know, I'm a Ugandan. Our time is a bit ahead. I think it's afternoon right now. Anyways, another input that was given last year, it's also the same that I've been hearing yesterday and today, is the generic solutions that we are having that are not getting us further. They are getting us to a certain extent, but we need to get further while combating this issue of SRHR for adolescents. So these generic solutions that we are having, they are only doing something to a smaller extent, but we need to get solutions and we need to rethink the approaches that to reinvent policy, bring everyone to the table and focus on the different solutions that we can have that can help us get further apart from the generic solutions that we keep suggesting and having. Yes, I don't want to take a lot.
Okay, thank you. So those are some of the inputs that were, or recommendations that were made from last year. We had an engagement last year here in Zimbabwe, and one of them is talking about issues, generalizing issues. We need to be specific on our recommendations that we'll be putting forward, which means some of the recommendations, we can't action them because of the resources, they are not there. We are not involving the young people, just being ticking boxes, tokenism. Is it happening? And so how best can we work on it? And another issue that was raised last year is after these meetings, there is no follow-ups or engagement or constant communication with the responsible ministries, CSOs, or even other partners. How can we follow up on the recommendations that we have done? Because some last talked to each other last year in the last previous engagement, and they've seen each other today again. So how best can we move forward, and how best can we have concrete steps for a recommendation? Therefore, we want to go into our respective countries. So it means we are going to have 5 groups. Then we can have a discussion as a country together. So that's what we want to do for the next 20 minutes, which means so we start which one? So Zimbabwe, we can come here at the group here, then followed by, we have Uganda here, then we have Malawi at the corner, then we have Kenya there, then last is Zambia there. So let's go into our groups so that we can have our next exercise. Those who don't know where they belong, they can just raise their hand as well. Yeah. Let's go into our groups. So we have Zimbabweans there at the beginning. Yeah. Zambia is there at the back. Yeah. Yeah. Uganda is here. Kenya is here. Oh, Kenya is there. Okay. So let's go into our groups. You can carry your chair. You can carry your chair, or you can leave it and take a next one, which is vacant. Gifts. Yeah, from which country? Zambia. Okay. Okay, Zimbabwe is here. Zimbabwe is here. Those from the Pearl. So those from the Pearl are here. They are from the. Where is Kenya? Okay. Akumuzi ari kuti Malawi. Okay. Oh, so there's Namibia. Those from Buera, Buera, yeah. This one's from Buera. Yes. You are not Kenyan. It's Kenya. So if you are from Kenya, what do we call you? What do we call you? Kenyan. Kenya. If you are from, we say it's Kenya. Oh, don't say Kenya. We say Kenya. Yes. Oh, Doc is saying Kenya. It's Kenya. Doc is betraying you. So those who are from the Pearl are here. Okay. All right. So I will. Okay. If you can hear me, clap your hands once. If you hear me, clap your hands twice. If you can hear me, clap your hands once, twice. Okay. So from your group, you have someone I have given a doc. So Zimbabwe, you have Tanatsko, then there's Mike there, Claire there, Nelly there, and Pili there. So what you are going to do is, we have recommendations and tasks that we said last year we are going to do. So as a country, we want to review those. Where are we? How far have we gone? How are we faring against those targets that we have set for ourselves? So they'll be leading from a snippet from the report that we have done last year. So we are looking overall as a country, how well are we doing and what gaps are still existing, looking at those recommendations that we have done from last year. So Mike, Nelly, Tanatskwa, Clay, you can help us, and Pili, reading it out so that other guys in your group can hear. All right, so I'm giving you 15 minutes to do that, then we can move to the next task. So for the next 15 minutes that we are going to do, that's what we are going to do. Okay. Is it Nzwikebo? Okay. All right, so we can start now. So the next minutes, let's work on it. Okay.
if I make you my business, I suffer no loss. Cause I'm in love and it's showing. No force, can't separate. Baby, no law, keep me away. I take you on tour. Pretty baby, I'll give you something to live for. My girl, extra pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Bread and butter, food and you wake them up better. And we wine body good like that.
Slow down, baby, before you get my babies. You gon' make the man them go crazy. I get a good check and a mimi. Neza kuwa mimi. You say you wanna bam bam with me. You say you wanna chop my money. You say you wanna call me daddy. Oh, I can be a sugar daddy, mama. I can put you on top, I put you in a song. Baby, chop and chop. Don't stop, cause you're the sauce on top, baby.
Extra pressure, baby, when you wine and pause.
You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, you're killing the boy.
Extra pressure, baby, when you wine and pause.
You're killing the boy, of course.
You're killing the boy, of course.
You're killing the boy.
Extra pressure, yo. Extra pressure, yo.
When you're busy or you have a great idea, you just want to get things down on paper. Grammarly is always catching things.
The mass. Yeah, l'organisateur du mass, le chef mass.
Yeah, it's all about you like it's your birthday. Sanko my loving in the West Way. Bad girl, just like your shirt say. Fruits of my labor, I can't taste it. Chibi penga na kusenda kwa uti. Tiondange, what the hype is all about. My mwene, no need to ask out. Badi kawi show, nobody tingas out. Pura perfume sanshire. Chanyala perfume le kanshire. Say she got a man, I just wanna see you go. It's giving them a boss lady vibes like happy gelo era in my vibes like someone for now new PK and J 360, okay, 360. It's giving them a boss lady vibes. Happy gelo era in my vibes. Someone for now new PK and J 360, okay, 360. I am deep in my thoughts. I feel the fear sense, I'm shooting my shots. If we did attend, can I get myself in a ninja? That's okay. Gonna cover things, quit and sofi. Big bozo ringa ba moze paketi ke. Golan twishikale so mone forget ke. Haipanga gambulanga dia piteti ke. Pimping yako kaka dioroke pipe question. Is that natural of yakunwan? Scott you looking like yakumwanya. What excites you mbone photo alike alike. Call the guys through, kumi poka wine tonight. It's giving them a boss lady vibes like happy gelo era in my vibes like someone for now new PK and J 360, okay, 360. It's giving them a boss lady vibes. Happy gelo era in my vibes. Someone for now new PK and J 360, okay, 360. Like it's your birthday. It's all about you like it's your birthday.
You already know.
special. 360, okay, 360. 360, okay. 360, okay, 360. Quickly got my issues, but we fixed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 408 Empire High Class Music. What white music? What?
Moyo wako wabe wangu baby wotofikira Remba nami ungatali ndumbi we gon' live it up Mbajika dini I will never leave you Weka when the baseline kicking girl your waistline wicked I'll be working through the week until I'm earning 6 stitches Have me feeling like Romeo When you my Juliet Every minute I wanna know where you at I can go to the day I can go to see you
I kiss your lips and you believe me, never leave me now. Talk to you like who you're my everything. Whenever you leave, you don't receive or no talk. I'm on moyo wangu. Kondisha ya baby how we connect. Baby kabo gini ande kode. Hoya majuzi cause the streets are lonely. Mandi no deporte. Baby I did.
Wayne Beats made it. Shanti well. International.
Unepuzira kaira kungeza mezio ulikupenya kungezo kungengirozo nakaira kungeza mezio ulikupenya kungezo kungengirozo Shandiwe ondinopenda naye Shandiwe ondinopenda naye Nakuona kare wakanitarisa uziso nakapenda kare na uziso ende makanaka my mom makanaka my unepuzira kaera kungeza mbele sio ulikupenya kungeso kungengiro sio nakaerera kungesa mbesio ulikupenya kungeso kungengiro sio Shandiwe, Shandiwe, waninopenda naye. Shandiwe, Shandiwe, waninopenda naye. Diwe.
Okay, so time is up. We are done, right? You still have a lot to do. Okay. Sorry? All right, so we have looked at what we have proposed from last year. You want 5 more minutes? Okay, don't worry, I'll give you 5 more minutes. What you want also to do is to look at what we have discussed from yesterday until today. We have had presentations from Ministry of Health. We have had presentation from Population Council of Zimbabwe. We have had presentation from Zimbabwe National Family Planning Council and all other panel discussions that were happening since yesterday. So what we want to do next is we want to look at what specific priorities can we front and push forward. We know we are being restricted by resources now because of pulling out of funding and other areas. So we want to look at what specific priorities that we can push forward as a country and what kind of research is being done by different governments. Then after lunch, we have someone from your group to come up front and present just 5 minutes from each country. We have a presenter for each country for 5 minutes. So we have the next 25 minutes to do that. So at 1:15, we go for lunch.
Oh, baby, that's my Shauna Prince.
Andikanga no musi wanda kuona I remember it like it was yesterday. Oh, for them, taka me up a pick and pay. They got you nothing to go so much. I already knew that you would be my woman. A year later, we are still together, getting better. Wouldn't change a thing. They call her time, that's why. But to me, she's my sunflower. Go shorty, it's your birthday. This year 22, so we celebrate. Can't wait to spend the rest of my days with you. Oh, they say long distance love, I shine. But here we are, Tiribruga ne bande. Une mwenjo di pauri, and I love Jesus Rauri. One day I'll buy a ring, and I'll ask you to marry me. Wanna be where you are for the rest of my life, and I made up my mind. They call her time, that's why. But to me, she's my sunflower. Go shorty, it's your birthday. You just turned 22, so we celebrate. Can't wait to spend the rest of my days with you. Go shorty, it's your birthday. You just turned 22, so we celebrate. Can't wait to spend the rest of my days with you. Oh. They call her time, that's why. But to me, she's my sunflower. Go shorty, it's your birthday. You just turned 22, so we celebrate. Can't wait to spend the rest of my days with you.
Okay, 15 minutes left. We have 15 minutes.
International Greta.
Oh, international, oh, Greta. Poshi, pili tatu, ditamite chinda kuda, uri wangu, kochichi, na ingavu yangu, daira ngoma inoshauri mane moyo wangu, dore mi, kukuda, kumbore mi, follow me, kukuba, ndimbore ki, cause mafindi fuma, unoniitiza mafindi fuma, ndichakuda kushikira mukuma, unonditekenyeza pachifuma, kushika mukono mumafumba, mumoyo mangu ugiri, ugiri, mumoyo mangu ugiri, ndakapinda nehwatata wakati bata kuti mbambamba wandisimuza muruda kunge chikopokopo machikokota usiwe chidofodofo kusheshe baby usiskoro godobori wakonzeresa fogososo wakabuda popo mumoyo mangu uri donzo toashira bonzo isiwe nikodo baby tinawachira bonzo mafindi funa unoniitiza mafindi funa ndichakuda kushikira mukuma unonditekenyeza pachifuma kushika mukono mumafumba mumoyo mangu ugiri ugiri mumoyo mangu ugiri ndakapinda nehwatata wakati bata kuti mbambamba
Sabrina. Military touch.
Ndakuvaka musha asiyana inorova mama atichanda kusasana inganguva yatofamba mama ndanyora nziyo yerudo isere mibvunzo mama
Nziyo yerudo
mibvunzo yacho inoda mhinduro mhinduro dzacho mhinduro chaidzo mama unogona kudzidzisa vana vangu norurimi rwamai hauzombovenga mai vangu kana hama dzangu unogona kudzidzisa vana vangu norurimi rwamai hauzombovenga mai vangu kana hama dzangu anonzi emihaladeo nengomunzirawo paredio anonzi emihaladeo
oh baby follow me oh. Anywhere that you go you know say I follow you oh. Even if I can do I got to follow you oh. Love everything you do oh baby follow me oh. Make you follow me oh. Must you be the luckiest make me the finest. You said that I'm the prettiest girl in the world. To have you loving me the way you do, you sweet me like a sugar. Loving me the way you do, you got me shaking all over. Hey. Oh baby, I put on me now. I love you, make me go see Papa.
I don't see every holiday. I don't see every holiday.
you go, you know say I follow you. Even if I can do, I got to follow you. Love everything you do, oh baby, follow me. Make you follow me. No man what the father say. Baby, love everything you do, oh baby, follow me, make you follow me,
Baby, you know go down. I'm looking for
happiness.
Baby, you know go down. I'm looking for Baby, you know go down. I'm looking for Baby, you know go down. I'm looking for happiness.
Oh, I joy, baby, you give me joy. Oh, my baby, joy, boy, you know that you're my joy. Oh, I joy, baby, you are my joy. Oh, I baby,
Wita kukakata, ora mauche simuka. Wita kukakata, oh baby simuka. Ora mauche kakata, wita kusimuka. Ora mauche kakata.
Mentorship is not only always from senior adolescents, even from other young people who have already started their capacity.
It's 1:15. We can go for lunch. Once you're done, let's go for lunch. So let's go for lunch and come back at 2 so that we can finish early. Let's go for lunch.
Drinking, yes, we're drinking.
All right. Please just give me about 30 seconds or so. All right. For all those international visitors who are leaving today, please may you kindly see me and all local participants as well. As you go for lunch, please go and see Gamu. She's outside.
Tanasco, where are your neighbors? Please call them. Please call them. Okay, so while we were waiting for them, can we have a small energizer so that we can shake a little bit? Those who can we stand up? Those who can we please stand up? We have a small energizers. Mature adolescents, we can also ask you to stand up. You're very old adolescents. So, I want to teach you guys a song that you can go and do with young people as well. It's very easy. It's about a boy who was heading cattle in the plains. So, you follow what I'm doing, then we can do together, right? So the boy was sitting and he just saw a hill on the ground. So he started singing and say, there was a hill on the ground and the ground will never be seen. There was a on the and the will never be seen. There was a tree on the hill and the hill on the ground. The ground will never be seen. There was a on the and the on the and the will never be seen. There was a branch on the tree and the tree on the hill, hill on the ground, ground will never be seen. There was a on the and the on the and the on the will never be seen. Okay, so we start from there, right? So there was a branch on a tree, and the tree on a hill, and the hill on the ground, and the ground will never be seen, right? So let's go together, all right? So we start from the ground, a hill on the ground, right? There was a hill on the ground, ground will, if you can sing it, there was a on the and the will never be seen. There was a tree on the hill, hill on the ground, ground will never be seen. There was a on the and the on the and the will never be seen. There was a branch on the tree and the tree on the hill, hill on the ground, ground will never be seen. There was on the and the on the and the on the and the will never be seen. So it all goes on and say there was a leaf on the branch and the branch. Okay, let's sit down. Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Okay, so thank you so much. We had our lunch. How was lunch? Was good? Yeah. So we want to do our group presentations. I hope we are done with our country group presentations that we've done. We are looking at issues that we can put forward. We are looking at recommendations that we can make as a country. And from those recommendations, we would like to come up with one regional recommendation. And this is after we've done our country presentations. So I would like to call upon those from Uganda to start their presentation. So let's clap hands from, let's give the hands for the pair to come here so that they can do their presentation.
Maxwell, I had not rested for 30 minutes, but let's go on. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. The lunch is still, what's happening? It's still in churning the stomach. Oh, Okay. So, my presentation from Uganda, I'm going to present the recommendations that we have come up with for SRHR combating in our country. So, first and foremost, I'll get to the point because Maxwell has told me after here, he's taking all of us out. Right, Maxwell? Eh? It's the tender. Okay. All right. Anyways, our first point or our first recommendation that we came up with is to conduct training programs that are specifically designed for structured groups and key stakeholders to enhance their understanding and delivery of adolescent-friendly services. So this is combating the issue of having generic solutions. Instead of training, having one wholesome training for all the key stakeholders and the people involved, we are having them tailored to the different sectors, like the religious sector, the health workers who are actually going to deliver these services, the youth themselves, and the rest of the stakeholders, government stakeholders, the local leaders, the parents. Definitely the parents too need some training that is structured to their needs, yeah? Instead of going with a generic training that is covering SRHR as a whole. That was our first recommendation. Our second recommendation was strategic impact litigation. Exploring the use of strategic litigation as a tool to drive legal and policy reforms that advance adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights. For example, looking at the age of consent, we need to come up with proper ways of how to go about this regarding to the law. Then we also have policy operationalization to support operationalization of existing recommendations from the Cabinet and SRHR policy frameworks to ensure effective implementation. We do not have a sexual health rights policy yet because our policies keep on remaining in the drains. You'll come up with a policy, you'll have stakeholders sit to come up with a policy, and if somebody is not backing it up, it will remain somewhere in the drains and you'll stop hearing about it. So that's what we want to do as a country. Maxwell has said 3, but I have 5. We also have stakeholder mobilization, mobilize multi-sectoral stakeholders to collaborate in developing and implementing the comprehensive sexual health rights policy that addresses the adolescent needs. Then our fourth point is to strengthen mechanisms for monitoring and tracking the re-endorsement and implementation of the ESA commitments. The ESA commitments is Eastern and Southern Africa commitments to adolescent reproductive health and rights. Maxwell is well versed with that commitment. I think he will take us through some other time, I think, on those commitments. But yes, we need to ask for accountability from our government on how far with re-endorsing the ESA commitments and how far they have gone with implementing them. That being said, the key ask for us to continue to go on with these recommendations is definitely financial support, but also support from the government and CSOs. Yes, those are our recommendations from Uganda in summary.
Thank you, Uganda. Let's clap hands for Uganda. Okay, so they talked about capacity strengthening of structured groups to avoid generic interventions. So they are saying it will be a deliberate effort for them to look at different groups that they are going to support, whether it's health workers, then they have interventions specifically targeted for that group. Okay. They are also going to look at strategic impact litigation, for example, on the issue of age of consent. They're also going to look at policy there's something on formalization of cabinet recommendations. and also looking for allies at higher levels, that is means at government, so that they can get the political will, then strengthen mechanism of ESA commitment accountability, and for them to do so, they are also talked about issues to do with the resources as well as political backing that they need. All right, so that's from Uganda. Let's clap hands for them once again. Then we go to Zambia, those who are representing Zambia. Zambia. Who's representing Zambia? It's Mike. Where is Mike? Mike's not here. Okay, while we are searching for Mike, while we are looking for Mike, let's hear from Kenya, those representing Kenya. Let's clap hands for Kenya. The Gen Z, let's clap hands for the Gen Z.
Yes, Kenya. Good afternoon once again. Hey, you guys are low. Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to lay out the recommendations that we came up with in our group discussion as the Kenya team. So first we'll start with the national recommendations. There's an adolescent and youth sexual and reproductive health and rights policy that was first drafted in 2015, but has not yet been assented to law. So one of the initiatives that we're going to take is for it to be assented to law, so that some of the recommendations and strategies and initiatives that have been laid out in that policy can be implemented within the legal frameworks of the country. Sorry. The other recommendation is right now there's a concept that is being developed for a survey on adolescents and youth nationwide. So we are going to do the final process of it, which is going to be the validation of that concept, which will inform the survey. The validation will mostly be done in collaboration with the young people, so that we can make sure that their needs and their recommendations are well outlined in that survey, and also the findings of the survey. There's an ongoing development of the adolescent and young people health policy. So this policy will encompass everything that relates to the health issues of young people, not just their sexual and reproductive health issues. So the policy has already been drafted. It is awaiting validation. Again, the validation will be done with the young people to make sure that whatever it is that they said to be put in that policy has been integrated. Finally, for the regional recommendations, or rather recommendation because it's only one, we are proposing to have check-ins to review the progress made in different countries regarding how they are approaching the various barriers and challenges that they are facing, the young people in the countries that they're facing in terms of accessing services and also service provision for healthcare service providers and also government agencies. We are proposing to have these check-ins in a virtual manner so that everyone can be involved. Additionally, during these check-ins, we can be able to learn from other countries, those that have been able to make positive strides in areas where maybe Kenya, we are still struggling. We can be able to learn from, we can say maybe from Zambia, on what they are doing in incorporating CSE in school curriculums, and also how they are doing it out of school. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap hands for Kenya. So they've talked about adolescent and youth policy that they need to be recognized as a legal framework. Then the National Survey of Adolescent and Youth that is coming up. So there are validations that are happening so that what they want to see being looked at is incorporated. The draft of the adolescent and youth health policy, the validations to be done, including with young people. So they are also saying they are going to do that. Then the regional recommendation, quarterly check-ins virtually, looking at the barriers to SRI-HR, and also share and learn with other countries. Thank you so much for Kenya. Then we go to, we have found Mike. We go to Zambia. Mike is here. So Mike, let's clap hands for Mike.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to focus on the recommendations only, right? Okay. So the in-country recommendations that we came up with, Zambia, number one is need of national budget allocation on adolescent health to facilitate local implementation of policy and strategies. Then the second one was on create a caucus of young people to represent other young people in SRI-HR and adolescent health budget analysis, which has already started as I am talking right now. So we have decided to create a WhatsApp group where our member of parliament is in and the representatives that are in here so that we start the work right now and not wait until we go back to our country. So this has already started and we'll continue once we go back to our country to make it more bigger. The next time we're coming here, I'm sure we're going to have a great impact. And the Honorable is there and agreeing with me, Honorable, yes? Yeah. Okay, then the other recommendation for the in-country is on capacity building between inpatient and guardians. This handwriting. Oh my God. Yeah, so Gift, I'm kindly asking if you can come and read this. I can't see. Sorry, I can't see. I really can't. The third one.
Capacity building between in-parents and guardians on issues surrounding SRI-HR as ambassadors of SRI-HR agendas.
Thank you, Gift, for your handwriting and for reading that. So the regional recommendation that we came up with is on co-create of regional solutions to the persisting challenges first around SRI-HR. We've seen that in all the presentation, the challenges around sexual reproductive health were coming out the same in all the presentations that we saw yesterday. So we decided as a country to come up with a recommendation to have a co-create of regional solutions to the persisting challenges that we are facing when it comes to SRI-HR. I was fast, Maxwell, for the first time. Please clap for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. Let's clap hands for Zambia. Yes. So they've talked about budget allocations on SRI-HR. We know that's one is the biggest that's facing many countries, issues to do with resources. Most countries are in their budgeting season. So let's try to push to have that 15% allocated to Ministry of Health so that they can really plan for our SRI-HR interventions that we need to see happening. A caucus of young people, I'm happy that it's underway and you've already started it. Then capacity building. I've heard since yesterday issues to do with capacity building. I think now we need to tailor it to specific group of young people. If there are young people dealing with parliamentarians, we need to tailor that capacity building. If they are dealing with health workers, we don't want generic ones. We said we are going to do away with generic ones. We need something that is structured and tailored to a specific group. Then on the regional, co-creation of regional solutions, I think since yesterday, speaking of the same challenges that we are facing as a region, so we need to come up with solutions that works within the region. Then we can contextualize them to our different countries. So thank you so much, Zambia. Let's go to Zimbabwe. Those who are representing Zimbabwe to come and present. Who's oh, it's Tanatswa. So Tanatswa, let's clap hands for Tanatswa.
It's Tanatswa. Good afternoon again, everyone. So for my country people, we had compiled a lot of things that we had done since the last regional meeting, but since I'm supposed to just present the recommendations, so here goes. So the first recommendation that we have is we want to push to 15% of the national budget towards health, keeping an eye on the 3%, which the government already committed to. So our government already committed to the 15%, but when it comes to family planning, it had committed to 3%. But with this 3%, the money did not come in time. And also because of inflation, because the budget is in ZiG, our local currency, we have a lot of issues. So because of that, we want to push so that we have our 15%, and we also keep an eye on the 3% and the money coming in time. So that's the first recommendation. The second one is participation of youth-led organizations and young people in health financing spaces. So already we came up with a youth-led organization which is going to be monitoring to see this come to be, and we have Say What, which is going to be monitoring to see our goal. Then on the third one, we have capacity strengthening, and that's mostly technical skills for those who are going to be in advocacy spaces. Then for the regional one, we are looking forward to engage the SADC PF on age restrictions, and we are looking forward to be writing more research papers and going after them so that we continue to build more evidence for SADC PF. Thank goodness we are already the chairmen for SADC, so this will work out. We are there forever. All right, so that's the regional one. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap hands for Team Zimbabwe and Tanaswa. So Zimbabwe, they said they are looking out for the 3% within the 15% of the national budget that is supposed to be allocated to the Ministry of Health. So we are in a budgeting season. So those from Zimbabwe, let's participate in budget consultations currently ongoing in the country. So that 3% goes to FP, and within those FP, within that 3% last year, they are saying it came late, so inflation also took, so there's need of budget tracking to ensure that Zimbabwe National Family Planning Council, that 3%. Then participation of youth-led CSOs in budgeting, then capacity strengthening. I think we have talked about this. So far, every country have talked about capacity strengthening. So there's need to ensure that it's tailored to a specific group, not just to be generic. Then working with the SADC PF on age restrictions and also creating evidence for the SADC PF. So this can be researches, this can be real life stories that's happening so that we can put the faces to it. So thank you so much, Team Zimbabwe. Then lastly, we have Malawi. Who is representing Malawi? Oh, Nelly. Let's clap hands for Nelly.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm taking you to Malawi, where we have a new president. Our first recommendation, since we have a new government, We want to use the new cohort to bring in these issues since they are very energized to bring change. So we want to use them to bring change and to bring discussions, awareness. So we would like to engage these parliamentarians to do their work. That's the first recommendation. The second recommendation is we've discussed that we want to have new champions. We had Chief Kajindamodo and Chief Kwaraine, but we've lost them recently. So we want to have new champions. These leaders, traditional leaders, they're on the forefront of fighting child marriages, teenage pregnancies. So since we've lost them, we want to have new leaders. The third recommendation is on budget setting. We want our government to increase our budget, especially the Ministry of Health, Gender and Youth, so that we could do more and do better. And the third recommendation is on the age of consent. We want to have learning visits to in countries like Rwanda. They have a set of they have a clear set of age of consent. So we want to be having this learning visit just to learn more on how we can do better in our country. And also happy to say that on the last meeting that we had, it was recommended that there was a need to have our policies revised. So I'm happy to say that we now have revised policies, and that's from 2024 to 2028. So we have new revised policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelly. So yeah, they've talked about issues to do with the new SRHR champions. So I really like that they are working with the gatekeepers, those who have influence within the communities. So yeah, that one's good. And the issue of budget and resources, I think it has come out in all the countries to say we want to see the 15% going to the Ministry of Health, and they also want to see an increase in budget allocations to gender and youth. Learning visits, Rwanda is doing well. So they want to see how best they can maneuver around that. Issues to do with the constitution, issues to do with norms and practices. Those are the other issues that hinders issues to do with age of consent. Even the buy-in of the parents themselves, it's also needed to do that. So those were the recommendations from the countries. Anyone who wants to add or who have a comment? Yes, we have a comment, yeah?
Thank you very much. I think what we can also start thinking about is the possibility of coming up with a regional monitoring and evaluation framework to track access to SRHR for and by young people. It is possible that monitoring and evaluation is happening in our member states, but probably in silos. So coming up with a regional monitoring and evaluation framework would enable everybody who is concerned about this issue, including our honorable members, at the click of a button, you should be able to see the lie of the land. And we need not reinvent the wheel in this regard. The SADC Parliamentary Forum has just developed a monitoring and evaluation framework, a dashboard, the likes of which has never been seen before, which will enable people to track progress or otherwise in the domestication and implementation of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. So I think we can look at that dashboard, which has already been developed, which will be launched very soon, to see if we can leverage on it. I think such a tool would assist us as we move with this movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Anyone with a contribution? Okay, we have one more. Then the last one, Mr. Gift. Okay.
So I think in the same vein of accountability and monitoring tools, I think we have something similar at SADC level as well. I remember member states launched the SADC SRHR scorecard, right? That all SADC member states that are signatory to, they're supposed to be tracking their progress when it comes to SADC SRHR indicators. So for Malawi, for example, we have domesticated that SADC SRHR scorecard at country level. So we have indicators that the government is inputting, they are tracking when it comes to SRH, adolescent and youth, maternal, neonatal, also CSOs, they have their own side that are also inputting. Then quarterly or biannual, they meet and then they update that scorecard. So the scorecard feeds into the country, Malawi country report that goes to the SADC to feed into the SADC scorecard. So I was just trying to respond, maybe before the dashboard comes in, I think we might also have something similar that is currently maybe happening on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's good to have something that is quite similar to what's already happening. So we are looking forward to see the dashboards and where we are as member states. So last one from Mr. Gift.
Okay, thank you. So on our recommendations, we forgot to mention one aspect, which is we are recommending that we should come up with initiatives on how best we can also advocate for a boy child in matters pertaining to SRR, HRR, because much is talked about a girl child, and wow, in the process we are forsaking the boy child. So we really need to also put this under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's talking about issues to do with the boy child. What are we doing with the boy child? More is being done with the girl child, and is feeling like we are leaving the boy child behind. Last,
just probably a suggestion on one cross-cutting element that we could consider on research. We have very, very good suggestions and strategies, but I think we also need to make sure that we document how the processes, so that we can all learn from each of these processes. I think, given what each of us achieved as countries in the first after the first convening, I'm not sure. We've seen a lot of documentation on those experiences, but it would be nice really to document so that they provide cases for others to learn from. Yep.
Thank you so much. The last one.
Thank you very much. I'm just thinking aloud. Anybody who has gone to university and was required to do either a mini thesis or a full thesis, either in partial fulfillment of some degree program, knows how difficult it is to come up with a research topic or proposal. And I think one of the challenges that we face in the work that we are doing in the region is the paucity of data. How about partners coming up with some kind of portal where we can dump ideas of what our students in universities can research on, whether it's SRHR, whether it is the impacts of climate change and stuff like that. But just dumping those tips so that somebody can pick up these things and then develop them into a full research paper. That way, I think we can encourage our young upcoming scholars to generate to the existing body of knowledge on the issues that we are grappling with. Just food for thought.
Thank you so much. I think that's a good idea. The young people who are in here who just graduated of 2, 3, 4 years back, they know how hard it is going back and forth with the research topic that you need to do, especially those who are doing social sciences. It's very difficult to get one. So it's a very good idea. So I would like to thank you all for participating and the recommendation that you have gave. My brother here is leading, writing the report. So you help us to come up with a good report that we also share with you and everyone here. Those who still have ideas on what we can do is also open to talk to, so that we can, include them within our report that we are coming up with. Okay, so I'll give him this opportunity.
I don't have anything to say or my contribution. My contribution, I'm looking at our presentations. They have been country specific, which is good because that's where all this starts from. But I'm looking at our convening, it is regional in nature. So maybe it will be ideal to consider having a regional scorecard. For instance, we all subscribe to the ESA commitments. So let's say in advocacy that each country whose leadership is trying to run away from these other commitments could then strive to ensure that they recommit to what they promised to do. That then becomes a deliverable at the regional level, so that at the country level we do what you've said, but you could also have something that binds this convening. A targeted, could be a policy, it could be an already existing instrument that is not being implemented, so that we go home, work, and then on our convening, should we convene again, you're looking at how many of the 5 countries managed, for instance, to unlock the participation or the commitment of their leaders to the ESA principles that they had. So I don't know. I know at this point it's late. We might not have that, but it will also be good to have something regional that goes beyond what we are doing in our specific countries. Then that becomes something that all of us are working towards at our country levels. It's just a wild thought.
Thank you so much. I think that worked best. We have the ESA commitments and the accountability framework with the indicators that we use as well for tracking within the region. So if you can develop something similar, saying it can work better. And when we meet again next year, we are looking at those indicators and saying, we agreed we are going to this. How did we fare against those indicators? So right now, help me call upon the representatives from Ministry of Health just to give us their commitments. It's something, even if they haven't refined it, but it's something they can go further and refine. But please help me to call them here, those who are representing different ministries from our different countries, so that they can do that for us. Can we please clap hands for them? Please clap your hands for them. Give me some love. Give them some love. Give them some love. Those are Malawi, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Call them up. Yeah, they can just. Oh, yeah. Just 2 minutes per person. 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. We can. Or we can take the mic. Yeah. Yeah. We can take the mic there. Okay, so we start with Dr. Roslyn for Uganda. Let's clap hands for Dr. Roslyn.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Congratulations upon finishing the second day here. And congratulations upon the very good deliberations that we have made to advance access to SRH for the young people. On behalf of my ministry, which I represent here ably, I would like to say that HIVOS has moved with us, youth advocates have moved with us, and we are proud that we are associated with you. You've woken us up from where we were sleeping, and quite a number of other approaches that you've brought on board to help us really address the issues of access to SRH for the young people. I must say that given that the Children's Act that has been mentioned already and the Penal Code Act, Caption 120, which stipulates prohibition of sexual exploitation of children and prescribes the sexual offenses which include rape, defilement, and child marriage, we seem to have a virgin ground to table our case. This virgin ground should be able to give us a platform to table our case of increasing access to sexual reproductive health for the young people. And because statistics show that 33% of women who are age 20 to 24 get married before the age of 18, and 24% of 15 to 19 have begun childbirth. And of all those who have begun childbirth, 28% of them contribute to maternal mortality in our country. That means of the 189 per 100,000 live births, 28% of that come from the young people, the adolescent girls. But also because of the huge investments that government puts in as social services for these adolescents and their babies, we have every justifiable evidence for us to advocate for increased access to SRH by adolescents. I therefore use this moment to commit that we are going to work with our members of parliament. All of you know Honorable Margaret Ayebare, who told us that she had presented a position paper to Parliament. I'm pledging that we are going to work with the team to push for the position paper that is seeking resolution of Parliament to urge government to strengthen accountability mechanisms to drive sustainable action to end child marriage and teenage pregnancy in Uganda. Yesterday, Haji Ibrahim told us that the effect of their work as legal team, where they sued government upon a death of a woman while giving birth, compelled government, more especially the Attorney General, to force Minister of Health to put mechanisms in place. And one of the mechanisms that we have is weekly review of maternal deaths in the country. Every Monday and every Thursday, we review maternal deaths. The doctors, where a woman has died, has to present to us what time did she come, in what condition was she, for how long did she spend in that facility, what did you do as a doctor to save her life. And when we do that, we actually realize that there are many loopholes within our system. The doctors and midwives tend to relax. And because of that, we've held every health worker accountable that should a mother die in your facility, you are in for it. And we know death is inevitable, but there are small things that you can do to save somebody. So because of that, I also pledge that we are going to work with the members of Parliament to ensure that Minister of Health puts in place mechanisms that can help to also account for every teenage pregnancy in Uganda. Secondly, I also want to continue working with the religious and cultural leaders to drive the agenda and develop community-driven advocacy programs that will help us to popularize the need for SRH. Colleagues were discussing yesterday and in our informal discussion, and one person said that in the Middle East, there is also high teenage pregnancy, but because they don't talk about it. In Africa, we've decided to make noise and it's so big. So we want to make that noise the more and more for religious and cultural leaders to know that actually we have a huge problem. Our brother Reverend mentioned that we cannot run away from working with religious leaders, and I therefore pledge that as a country, we are going to continue working with them. Lastly, we have the sexual reproductive health and rights guidelines that we developed so many years back, but it hit a snag simply because of the sentiments that come from religious, cultural, and some individuals. And because that has stalled, I still think as Minister of Health, we have a mandate. And as we already said in our action plan, the cabinet advised that we should consider sexual reproductive health and rights policy as a big comprehensive health policy in the country. Since that was recommended, no one has taken it up. And I want to take it up together with the colleagues with whom we are here to start that journey to see to it that adolescent sexual reproductive health policy comes back to table once again. I therefore use this moment to thank you so much for inviting us to be part of this wonderful team that is discussing a very important issue of our young people who are all once young, and now we are growing, but we need people to replace us. I say all this for God and my country, Uganda.
Thank you. Let's clap hands for Doc. Let's give them some love. Let's clap hands for her. Let's clap hands for her. All right. Thank you so much, Doc. She has pledged to work with religious leaders and look at the policies as well. So at this time, I'll call on for Malawi, Dr. Hans, Mr. Hans. Yeah. Let's clap hands for Malawi.
Thank you so much, our organizers, for the wonderful meeting that we have had for the past 2 days. Indeed, if we recall from where we are coming from, there's much that has been done, starting from our policies. Previously, they missed some of the elements. I remember in our country, Malawi, the first policy on sexual reproductive health had rights perspective. That came into something for discussions, and our colleagues from the civil society organizations, together with human rights bodies, we had to agree to say our approach should be rights-based. So indeed, from there, we have moved from that angle up until we incorporated issues on human rights. And our policy, the following one, was actually bearing the name National Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Policy. That means we are changing from whatever was being done in the past to reflect the rights-based approach as we make progress on the same. If you look at our population dynamics in all the countries that we are gathering here, we still have more women as the highest in the population, followed by the men. But if you break down, still the largest population is the young generation out of the two men and women. So this makes us to be very focused over the approach, because young generation is more or less like the epicenter of any changes that we may consider, the epicenter of any developments, including what we have been discussing here for the past 2 days, that is on the access to sexual reproductive health and rights. Through our discussions, I think we have seen how similar our challenges are, and surprisingly, we have also different interventions at different stages from the countries, but still more. Each and every country participating in here, they have policies, they have legal provisions, they have commitments, and all that. It's only the difference in the level of where they are in terms of the achievements that have been made. So to me, as far as this meeting is concerned, there is really a need for us to harmonize our issues, especially on the part of age of consent, age of marriage, and other key social determinants as we move on with our interventions. I'm glad that deliberately you included other key players, especially our members of parliament from the African parliamentary committees, because this is a platform where the discussions can actually initiate from that platform, so that each and every country can adopt on what they have agreed upon. With regards to the resources, I think you have seen that there is no country that can say we have adequate resources for our interventions to achieve what we have. So the question is always like, do we have resources adequate enough to achieve what we want? The answer is no, for each and every country which is in here. Even when we reach, if we compare with the Abuja declaration of 15%, that's the budget for SRHR, you will still have that a challenge in terms of availability of resources and all that. So what we need, I think, is just to have the advocacy platforms that we have been doing to make sure we have adequate resources that will have to produce satisfactory results. We are at different levels, but we all want to achieve something at the end of the day. We have seen also in this meeting the issues about policies versus laws, very important elements, and we really need to balance the scenarios, because the policy will be the one that will actually give the opportunity for service providers to provide the services with reference to the policies. But at the same time, there are also some provisions that will always have an issue with the laws. So the two are supposed to match and talk the same language as we move forward. With that in mind, I would like to thank the organizers once again for the opportunity that we have had to meet in this forum, people from different countries sharing how much we can do and what is it that we can do better in terms of where we are from our country perspectives. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for Malawi, as he has talked about acknowledging the youth bulge, the peak youth generation that we have a lot of young people and a lot of energy that needs to be guided and also given the resources and platforms. He also mentioned issues to do with harmonizing policies and laws, looking at age of consent on marriage and so on. And he also talked about policy versus laws, other provisions within different policies that are also contradicting with the available laws in the country. Then lastly, he talked about issues to do with resources, needs to have advocacy efforts to ensure that resources are allocated, especially to Ministry of Health, and also tracking those resources to see when they have been allocated to the Ministry of Health, are they being used on the intended areas. All right, so now we move on to Kenya. Yes. Let's clap hands for Kenya. Let's clap hands for Kenya.
Good afternoon, everyone. One, I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting for putting Kenya on board and having a very great discussion. The experiences from other countries have really opened our mind and has given us hope actually moving on good direction. Because one thing we have all realized is that we have common problems. It's better when we have common problems, we can get together and be able to work together to solve those issues. So as from Kenya, over the last 2 days, the sharing experience and life realities from the government, policy, parliament, judiciary, civil society, and youth advocates have enriched our perspective. It has also sharpened our understanding and deepened our commitment to address the numerous barriers that adolescents and youth people face in accessing sexual reproductive health services and information. Our discussion have enlightened that addressing these barriers goes beyond strengthening systems or advocating for change. It is required to identify the best practice, supporting learning and engaging those who are just beginning to confront these challenges with the youth capacity building and meaningful participation at this center. The recommendations or the experience which we had from Zambia parliamentarians on sexual reproductive health has really opened our mind and demonstrating how structures of advocacy and collaboration can generally change situations. As we move forward, several critical questions we need to ask ourselves. How can we scale up initiatives that have proven effective in dismantling barriers? We have seen many barriers, and we have seen some of the countries have done quite a lot. And as Kenya, we will be adapting some of those recommendations. Another question which we should ask ourselves is how can we strengthen regional collaboration and link platforms to create unfilled movement that accelerate processes which enhance accountability and amplify youth voices. Let us leave this meeting with renewed energy and a shared commitment to act by. By centering youth capacity building, meaningful participation, regional collaboration, and accountability, we can translate the insight, strategies, and commitments from these 2 days deliberations that expands equitable and youth-friendly sexual reproductive health access across East and Southern Africa. Together, we can safeguard and advance the right health and the future of all adolescents and the young people in this region. To the adolescents, youth people, as we conclude an empowering journey, I want to leave you with this message of hope. Your body is your own, and your rights are worth fighting for. Remember, SRH is just a topic, but fundamental human rights that can change the course of your life. Your voice, as you go back to your countries, your voice, your choice, and your action can shape the world around you. So for Kenya, we are committed and we will continue working with the parliamentarians. As during my presentation, I said the First Lady has taken a first step for the triple threat. So in terms of goodwill, we are on the right track. We just need to advocate and go to the highest offices to make sure that youth are considered when it comes to allocation of funding. And involving the youth, that is our number one priority, to make sure all documents they are involved so that they can use or they can advocate and be able to disseminate and ownership. So for the organizers, we really thank you for this opportunity, for giving us a platform to be able to discuss our challenges and also get solutions from countries in Africa and how they're dealing with the challenges of youth. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and may God bless you all.
Thank you. She has talked a lot, and she has also given us a challenge as young people. Talked about dismantling barriers, how we can strengthen regional collaboration, youth capacity building, youth bulge, the peak youth that we have, and also issues to do with equitable, youth-friendly services. Then the message to young people: your body is your own, your right is worth fighting for, and also the pledge to continue working with legislators in fighting the triple threat. So thank you so much, everyone. Let's give a round of applause to all our representatives from the Ministry of Health. Let's give them a round of applause. Mike, let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. At this moment in time, I would like you guys to help me welcome Mr. Chisina, the director from the Zimbabwe Youth Council, who is going to give us our closing remarks. So let's please give him a round of applause as he comes up front to give us our closing remarks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I thought I was going to follow the same. Oh, all right. My apologies. Okay. All right. Here. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. Yeah, the energy that you had when the MC announced that is a closing remark. You can still do the same energy. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I know it has been a tiresome two-day meeting. And as introduced, I am Sungano Chisina with the Zimbabwe Youth Council, which is the national youth council in the country. And we are proud to be in this meeting and also giving this remark, closing this two-day meeting, regional engagement meeting, observing all protocols and also appreciating our foreign delegates who have come from afar to be with us in this particular regional engagement meeting. As we conclude this two-day meeting that has been very engaging, and we would want to recognize the importance of prioritizing youth health in the region and listening to the youth themselves speaking about their issues as representatives of countries who have been sent to this meeting, we can see that the future is here and the future is really now. So the ministry representatives, the commitment that you've made just now have been captured in the ears of the youth, and they will really follow up on what you have already said. A call has already been made by the youth themselves to do tailor-made training for stakeholders, realizing that the youth are also not a homogeneous group. We really need not to do the tokenism approach that has been happening. So we're listening, and also as the National Youth Council, we will follow up on these commitments. So as I said, the youth have spoken, and we should listen and implement. Our president, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, always say that leaving no one and no place behind is a mantra which should be prioritized across the region indeed. As country representatives, as we go back to our countries, let's ensure that whatever commitment that we have made today and yesterday will help the young people in our region. For me, necessarily, I'm not from the Ministry of Health directly, but the government has put in place mechanisms to ensure that what happens in the ministries also has gotten oversight of the ministry responsible for youth. So we have put in place what we call youth desks across all ministries. And in particular, Ministry of Health has got a youth desk which relates with the Ministry of Youth in almost every time and again. So whatever we want as the youth, whatever youth organizations want from the ministries, we can relate that information easily, and it can be reported and captured. Let me say, let's just work together and ensure that our young people have access to quality health care. Quality health care is also accompanied by quality education. We need to make the young people aware of what we are doing in our various ministries. Together, we can create a healthier, more prosperous future for the regional youth. Let us also commit to take action and advocate for the youth and for the health of our young people. As a country, just to give you an insight on the indicators that we are already tracking under the SDG agenda, some of the issues or the indicators relates to access to SRH for youth. And I'll just take two which have been already presented to us, to the Ministry of Youth by the Ministry of Health, say these are being tracked at a national level. And you will see that the provision of family planning services in Zimbabwe already is at a commendable stage, with the proportion of women who had their need for modern contraception met rising from 85%, that was in 2015 when we had the Zimbabwe Demographic Health Survey, to 87.4% last year during the ZDHS 2023 to 2024. This just shows that the country is moving in the right track. Also, the adolescent birth rate has actually declined from 120 births per 1,000 women in 2014 to 108 in 2019. Of course, the rate is not that favorable, but the trend, we respect that and would want to see actually this going further down. Let me thank all the participants for your insightful contributions to the discussions, and to all the panelists also who gave insightful presentations. I was here yesterday, half of the day, and presentations were very insightful, even today as well, as we continue to recap what happened in the last year's regional meeting. The organizers, I want to thank you, and I know very well that you are already tired and want to rest, but I know you actually forget to rest because of the success of this meeting. You would want to plan for another one next year. And to our foreign delegates, thank you very much for coming to Zimbabwe. Hopefully you will have time to enjoy our hospitable environment before you go back. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chisina. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, thank you so much. It has been a nice 2 days, and we have come to the end of it. I would like us to take a moment to link and learn, just talk to each other, network. You might be able to find someone to link you to Uganda or maybe Zambia, and also Kenya and Zimbabwe. You need to link and learn, not the same people from the same country that come from. Just talk to each other. Then we can be able to experience more.
So the guy is just saying, I need to make announcements for logistics. Please make sure that when you are going out, you use this door, you turn right, you go, you proceed. Either you're going to public transport or you're going to your rooms. Otherwise, I'm sure most of you are sorted. Please, drinks are on yourselves. Anything else? We have. Okay, for those beautiful ones, I mean that I promise that it will be on me. Sorry, I was drunk yesterday. So please, let's meet at the poolside, just chit chat. Not in the literal sense that it's compulsory, no. I'm saying let's meet at the poolside, chit chat if you want to. If you don't want, go ahead and enjoy the pleasures of Harare. For those who like drinking, beer is $1 for 2 here. Just in case, it's $1 for 2. If you don't know where to buy it, I'm sure there's some drunk. Sorry, there's some faces you can ask around. So please, thank you very much. This is no longer serious. Official remarks have been done. Let's go. Let's go. We can finish. If there's any unfinished business, feel free to see me or see Max. But of course, drinks are on me for those who want.
That's fine. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm running. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
I want to ask you. You're making statements. Those are legal. Because they made in public, witnesses are there.
Yes, I have the money to take care of it.
Oh, people want us to 23 years.
Oh, you're good. So for those who want their picture from the meeting, there's a QR code that you can scan it. You can access all the presentations and all your pictures. There's a QR code that is coming in about 2 minutes. And if you want the videos, they are there as well. If you want videos for your sessions, you can go either to Youth Advocates page, or you can also use the same QR code. Scan it and access your pictures and everything. If it's not working, my apologies. The team will be drunk. So anyone who wants to go and drink and don't know where to go, let's link up with Max. Yeah,
Yes, but you've talked about drinking and drinking. There's no children here. Even the ones who have come here are adults.
How many tissues did you get? You should get
Huh?
all of them.
I'm waiting. I'm being made to sign here, but I haven't seen the T-shirt, so I'm waiting.
Did you get the paper one?
The paper.
The paper one.
Purple.
Paper t-shirt.
Purple.
Yes. Was given yesterday.
Which one you got?
This one.
Oh, the purple. The purple I got it, I think, today.
You got the you got just fine. So the kids will know.
Hey, you're really excited about drinking. What is up? You never drank enough?
I don't even drink. For all information.
Oh, may I drink when necessary? Mostly with my husband.
Do I have your number?
I gave you unless you wrapped it.
Let me check. What's your number?
21
Plus
plus
two.
254 7 21 30 11 34.
So I don't have it.
You see?
Okay, let me give it to you.
Did you call?
No. Why do you drink with your husband only? Why do you drink with your husband? You want to be safe.
No, I can take one drink or two, but when I want to have fun, yeah, he has to be next to me.
Yeah, that's a
I've been
clever.
married for 25 years.
That's a clever
There's,
move, yeah.
there's no need for me going to have fun with anyone else. Thank you.
Oh. They've been married for 21 years.
25.
25. Yeah. So it's same with
When you talk about drinking,
yes.
like that,
Exactly.
then you don't drink.
Oh, you know it.
This one doesn't. Just
It could be dangerous than those who drink. So it's better those who drink.
I know those
this
who
thing, or they're like, I don't drink. I'm
Certain.
very, no, don't do
You know,
that.
people who don't drink are the ones who always talk.
Number.
Let me pick you from WhatsApp.
Or you're going to flash?
Yeah.
I'll be back in January here.
In January?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
My friend is now getting married.
So you are flying?
Yeah.
Okay. When you come, just say hi.
Yeah, I will. I'll be coming with my husband.
So I will not be looking for you.
Why were you thinking that I was telling you? Because I was coming.
No. I was, no, I'm saying that when he's around, of course, when
My husband is very secure. I'm telling you,
Of
I've been
course.
married for the last 25 years. I don't have issues. I don't have those issues. I'm not a child.
Of course.
I'm a mature woman who knows what they want in life.
Most women who have been in marriages for that long, who are like, we know what they want. I'm sure you are very settled. You should be the people who mentor, especially the young people in the space, because they really don't understand the dynamics of power and
Your name
marriage.
is?
Because you have to be
very, very focused for you to be a woman who's in an influential position, who interacts with powerful people, and you're able to,
There's nothing. God gave me what I wanted.
which is good.
Yes. So
the actionable one
there's
tomorrow.
literally nothing which can distract me. Nothing in this world.
Which is good. Which is good. I think it's a good, not just mindset, but it's just the principle of it, knowing that
If
you
he's
are what you
good-hearted, if he's intelligent, he's one of the top shots in Kenya. If he's and two beautiful adults.
What more would you want?
Exactly. It was difficult, I almost cancelled on you.
You almost cancelled?
Yes.
Also, I think tomorrow I'll share with you.
I even wrote to him on task. I told him I'm asking for the bus. If the ticket is not done, I'm going to cancel. Because Friday was a public holiday. Come Saturday, Sunday, Monday we fly very early in the morning. Yeah. Because
Your flight is what time tomorrow?
it's not tomorrow, it's today morning. 2
2
a.m.
2 a.m. Oh, you're using which one? Kenya.
KK, yeah.
That flight, I don't like it.
You don't like it?
Hectic. But it gets there in
Yeah, in the
time.
morning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
in the
time.
morning. That's the thing. Before, we lost our former prime